Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of the shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth, Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Not what it used to be.
Yo!
Everybody thinks you're third.
Hey Nathan, hey Neil.
Oh, good morning, guys. I
Mic
didn't even
check.
notice. Mike is not Czech, man. Mike is American. You're
Mike
good,
is
Neil.
not
Mike
Czech.
is good.
Leave me alone. I'm Russian. I'm Russian to get to New York. No, I'm not. I'm Italian.
You in New York today, Neil?
En route. Not even an hour in, and there's a bathroom break.
Are you in New York or back home? I saw you said you traveling yesterday.
I left this morning at
Oh,
6 a.m.
all right. Safe driving, bro.
Where's Nathan?
I left.
Right
Yeah, it's
now.
hard to see. Hard to hear what you're saying, man. It's
Does anybody know how or why this upward rising Earth brouhaha is starting to become popular
10-year cycle.
amongst
Yeah, I know why. Because you
10-year
need the
cycle.
flat plate for that.
Holy fuck.
On a 10-year cycle.
What?
And he said it for the fourth time. It is on a 10-year cycle.
What's on a 10-year cycle?
I give up. You asked a direct question. What's with all the upward rising Earth stuff? I respond 4 times. It's on a 10-year cycle. What's on a 10? I give up.
So the upward rising Earth is becoming popular every 10 years?
No, all of it's on a 10-year cycle. Antarctica, 10-year cycle. Flat Earth itself, 10-year cycle.
Ah.
Been 10 years. Now everything we did day one of getting here is all being regurgitated through different channels. All of it. In the same order. And what about anything fringe to the subject? Mandela, maybe? Recent resurgence of that by any chance? What about clone centres? That'll be next. You watch. All just a little bit of history repeating. Shirley Bassey. Not to be confused with celibacy, which is something totally different.
It's a lovely song.
History repeating? Yeah, propeller heads.
Well, I don't know about the 10-year claim because I joined the truth community about 10 years ago, and everybody in the flat Earth community knew that the Flat Earth Society claiming an upward rising Earth was bullshit.
Okay. Doesn't mean it wasn't peddled into the forefront of the subject 10 years ago for you to discuss that you knew it was bullshit, right? Why would you be discussing its existence at all unless it was prevalent 10 years ago?
It was from the Flat Earth Society.
Right. But for whatever reason, you were discussing it 10 years ago, weren't you?
Yeah, Flat Earthers 10 years ago were discussing the fraudulent claims made by the Flat Earth Society.
Right.
But
now here we are 10 years later and the
nobody
same
in the
thing's
Flat Earth
happening.
community was peddling. Nobody, I'm just saying that nobody in the Flat Earth community that I know of 10 years ago was peddling this upward rising Earth nonsense.
And yet it was being discussed. Funny how those things work out, eh?
Well, my original question was why is this upward rising Earth becoming so popular? And flat earthers, some flat earthers are now agreeing to this upward rising Earth.
An intrinsic part of the Feast of Nonsense. What does the Feast of Nonsense hope to achieve? Well, it hopes to achieve a false dichotomy to mask an affirming the consequent. Globe earthers have an affirming the consequent fallacy with gravity. So, much better to have a false dichotomy where your opponent is also arguing for the exact same Einsteinian garbage. Then you can argue about whose version of the garbage wins. And it masks the false dichotomy.
Right. Well, the reason why I'm asked is I just came from a live YouTube deal online or on YouTube, and in the live chat I asked several times about what experiment or what led you to the conclusion that the Earth is rising upwards, and I couldn't get an answer.
That's because there isn't one. It's a baseless assertion.
Yeah, I kind of draw that conclusion as well. I don't know.
I mean, you've got a couple of options, Matthias. I don't know where you are on this subject, but me, I would just sit back and watch it unfold. You're going to watch the same garbage you've gone through unfold for other people, and they're going to be asking the same questions. Now, at this stage, I would hope that you personally were like, I don't care. You want to believe Earth is rising up. You want to believe that utter nonsense for whatever reason. Okay, fine. Believe what you like. What do I believe? Nothing. I know it's measured flat, and there's no positive proof for your completely outrageous claim. There's nothing to back that, and I don't have to do anything to counter it. You need to back it, and you haven't. So that's the end of that.
Yeah, I see your point. I myself I'm just wondering how people can come to this conclusion, though. I think one person said that they dropped an accelerometer and it didn't like pick up any data or some shit.
Just humour
I don't
them.
know.
Just say, "Oh, really? That's lovely." Is that a naturally occurring phenomenon that you studied there? You know the scientific method, Matthias. So is that the naturally occurring phenomena if they're going to claim that's the validity? It's the same routine, is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if it's coming from a flat earther or a globe earther. Ask them what their naturally observed phenomena is if they're claiming scientific validity for it. If they're not, you're like, well, this is just so story then. I don't care. Get on with your day.
Well, it's okay. So I'm kind of angry, if you will, for the same reason that you're angry, Nathan, about people that try to punt Aether.
No, I get
We
it.
have fraudulent flat earthers within this community punting BS and giving flat Earth a bad name. Correct?
Yeah, and reactively, I'll deal with that.
Right. Right. So you told me not to care about the
I'm not
upward
telling you
rising
not to
Earth.
care. I get it. I get it.
Piece of nonsense.
I'm not saying don't care, right? I run a whole show on the subject. So it'd be hypocritical if that was the overarching view. What I'm saying is I'm hoping after 10 years of being in the subject, you reach a point where when someone punts their stupid belief at you, yeah, and they fail to prove it, if they are happy with that standard at that moment, be happy for them. I'm not saying don't let it annoy you, otherwise you wouldn't be in discussion with them, but I'm saying there comes a point where either you've refuted it or challenged them to prove it and they haven't, and at that stage you just got to step back and go, I can get into a heated discussion with this complete idiot, but if they're happy to accept that standard at this stage, good for you. On you go. I don't care. That's what I mean by I don't care.
Don't listen to him, Matthias. You go after Dell and don't stop. You stop that clown from punting nonsense.
It's odd that you mentioned Dell because he was on the live YouTube feed that I just came from. I've never even heard of this character before.
We dealt with him. What was that, about 6 months ago, right, Nathan?
We've dealt with Dell in his Upward Rising Earth nonsense. He's been on the show a couple of times. Never mind the clothes.
Yeah, never clouds.
But yeah, on the one hand, I get it. I get your frustration.
Can anybody?
But there's a lot of lost souls that have come from globe Earth and don't know where to go afterwards, and will latch onto any old garbage that they think might just about lend validity to something they've no longer got an answer for. Most people are still under the misapprehension that there's a need for gravity. Like when you realise what that's for, yeah, holding you to the spinning water ball, that's it. That's all it's for. And then you go through this stage of mass attracting mass, and then bent pseudo force space-time, and gravity wells, and geodesics. For what? So you can move doing nothing, 0, to being 1, G. So you're stuck to the side of a water ball with a force of 1G. That's it. That's all it's doing. So once you undo the necessity to have it, people still think it's still needed. Oh, we've still got force of down though, haven't we? Stuff still goes down, right? No! Never mind the clothes. Yes, stuff isn't going down. What are you talking about? Oh, right, if you pick up and drop it. Okay, on you go, if you want to believe that. Yeah, and the rest of the world, the general masses, are all stupid enough to believe it because they think there's a consequence that needs explaining. Why aren't we flying off the ball that must have an explanation for not flying off it? When you're not on the ball anymore, you don't need to ask why you're not flying off it. It's just old rhetoric.
Hello.
People have got it stuck in their brains. They've still got this old notion that they think they need an explanation for when it's no longer necessary because it doesn't fill a gap that needs filling in a flat earth. You don't need that gap filling anymore. But it's so deeply ingrained in people's consciousness that they think even after they've relinquished a spinning, flying water ball through a vacuum, they still need some explanation for the downward force that we experience. No, we don't. What are you talking about? What downward force?
Mr. Danny Faulkner, good morning and welcome to the show. All right. Sorry, Nathan, continue, man.
I was done.
Morning, Sasha. Mr. Danny Faulkner's here. On deck. Good morning, fellas.
Is it the real Danny Faulkner though?
I love it. He's become like a celebrity amongst some of you guys.
I think Jado wanted to chime in something. Jado. Maybe not.
No, it's okay.
Did Danny Faulkner ever come up with a way to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, or not yet?
Don't know that he discussed that with us.
Oh, he didn't? Oh, what were we talking about?
Conceptualization of models that don't need any measurements. They can just exist in conceptualization last time he came.
I remember that, yeah, that you can conceptualize it in your brain, but you don't have to measure it to prove it. Was that kind of the gist?
Yeah, Adam took him to task on it. It was really amusing.
What about in reality when you're measuring latitude using sea level
Oh, we
and
measure
elevation
Earth flat
angles?
for that. That's how all the maps and models are made.
That's in reality, isn't it? It's not a model. That's in real life examples, how we navigate, mapping.
Yeah, that's correct. It's also how the ball came to existence. But for the fact that we measure Earth flat, we wouldn't have a ball to believe in.
Yeah, the ball comes from flat Earth measurements. How bizarre.
How bizarre. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
How bizarre.
That's old.
I think it's going to be a fun day.
Talking to a guy.
I didn't even.
So I was talking to a guy earlier who said he could debunk flat Earth, and his example was if you put a basketball on the ground, it doesn't move, and that's because the basketball's got local flatness, just like the Earth has. That was his argument.
We're getting a lot of that at the moment. I love it.
And he wasn't kidding?
No, this was serious,
Nah,
mate.
he was.
Oh, wow.
What?
Yeah, because a basketball is round and doesn't. I guess that proves Earth is round. Or since you're not a giant, that also proves Earth is a globe, right?
All of this is 10 years worth of justification for measuring Earth flat. That's what this is. You're not going to notice the curve of the Earth above this beach ball by 2 millimeters. That stuff is flat. Slap, slap, slap. Oh, really? That stuff is flat because you need it to be when you measure it. Yeah, we know. Here's the justification for why you can still believe in it being a ball when we're doing everything but measuring it ball-shaped. We're measuring it flat. But only because we're not giants and it's a really big ball that doesn't need to be measured anything other than flat. So that's okay. We're allowed to measure it flat. Locally flat. So let's just get this clear in the right order. So we will measure Earth flat and then some other nonsense apology for something that you haven't substantiated. Okay, gotcha. So the important bit is the measurement. The less than important bit is your belief about it being something other than what you've measured. Gotcha. We're all clear. Yeah. Tyson says you won't notice how ball-shaped it is, so therefore it doesn't have to be ball-shaped when you're measuring it flat. Gotcha. So not ball-shaped, wouldn't notice. You'd expect it to be horizontal flat, and that's how you're going to measure it. But only because you're delusional. I mean, you think you're on a ball. Gotcha. We're all clear. Earth's measured flat for everyone. Like I've been saying for the last 7 months. It's just nice that the ballers are confirming it now.
Slow comprehension.
I think 7 months is pretty quick, actually. It's actually 8 months now.
They're still getting a grip of the black swan, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't blame them. It takes a long time to get your head around modus tollens. It has a formulation, it has a consistency to the argument that can easily be ignored if you focus on what you think the argument is. So it's easy to get lost in modus tollens. Just immediately when we presented it to them, they're like, well, the cranes are bending. You're like, well, you haven't listened to the argument. Yeah? So it's possible for people to need a further explanation. You say Earth's measured flat, and they go, yeah, Earth's measured flat. But blah, 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 I believe otherwise. Oh, really? Oh, lovely. It's a much better argument. It wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the black swan, though. You know, we wouldn't be in this position. They'd just tell us they measure Earth curve, and they'd point us towards the horizon. Okay. No, you don't. That Earth curve maths has got surface level in it that's flat. You can't claim that's moving around the centre of a ball when it's parallel with eye level. Surface level's flat. That's how we measure it. Yeah, whenever a pastor or a vicar or a priest steps into the flat earth arena, suddenly they become like, what's the anti-villain Like everyone's all into them and wants to talk to them. And it's like, so what? Just because he's a Christian and you're a Christian, and he's in this arena as an anti-flat earther, does it suddenly make them elevated to some grandiose stature that constantly needs addressing? I don't think so.
Yeah, because they punted the lie. They accepted the lie. They are punting it, and now they are in a situation there is nowhere to turn.
Yeah, but it forces the people on my side of the fence to have to fight on a level that has a standard that I wouldn't agree with. It's like you're using this standard against them because they adhere to this biblical standard in their evidence, and you say that they're contradicting their biblical standard within their evidence. It just adds an extra dimension that isn't necessary, in my opinion. And it lets you easily sort of wander off into la la land of Christian definitions, rather than just stating the facts of the matter. You're going to say that there's a sky vacuum, heliocentric, Bible believing or otherwise. You've got to demonstrate that you can have your gas pressure to breathe. That's it. Doesn't matter what the Bible says in that regard. Well, the Bible says rakia, and but I also understand that it annoys Christians greatly when they see people taking the Bible out of context, using it to claim the Earth's a ball or whatever it is that they're using it for. I get it. I could get why Matthias wants to be a flat Earth evangelist.
I'm just trying to cure the people of their psychosis, Nathan.
Why do you want to cure anybody? How do they, other than them being complete craps to you, why do you care? These people aren't nice to
Well,
you.
Nathan, it's a long story. You need to get into it.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm interested.
Okay. Right. Well, sit tight. So about 10 years ago, I had my flat earth awakening, realized that my whole life was a lie. I about ended myself. Revelations, and after a couple hours or so, it kept running through my mind. Well, I finally looked into Revelation 10 to read what it says. It talks about an angel giving somebody a book, and it said,
Sorry, I missed that.
if you eat the book,
I missed that. Giving somebody a what?
what?
You said angel gave somebody something, and then Eli joined, so I didn't know what you said.
A book,
A book.
an angel.
Okay, yeah, carry on.
Gave someone a book, right? And the angel said to the guy, if you eat this book, it'll make thy belly bitter, but taste sweet as honey. And so he ate the book, and sure enough, his belly was bitter, but it tasted sweet as honey. And to me, my interpretation of that was the book was maybe the book of truth, and the truth hurts, tastes bitter, or made thy belly bitter, but also tasted sweet as honey. The truth hurts, but it's more convenient to not live that lie anymore, right? And then the last verse of Revelation 10 says, "Now thy must go and prophecy before many kings, nations, tongues, etc." Pretty much about what the book had in it. And so that is the reason, Nathan, why I try to help people and cure them of this so-called, this psychosis. Because
Prophesy.
I remember, I'm just saying, I remember what it was like to be enslaved and, mentally enslaved, and believing that I lived in this fraudulent realm that was taught to me. I know what that's like, and it leads to, I hate to say this word because it doesn't exist. It leads to infinite possibilities of anything. And that's not the case. That's not reality.
Okay, it's a far cry from wanting to evangelize about why people would believe that Earth's rising up. Do you see what I mean? There's a big disconnect there.
Well, that's why I asked him. I was like, what led you to this conclusion? I didn't get an answer, so it's like, okay, well, whatever. I just, I don't know.
Maybe some introspection.
Yeah, but the Earth rising in relation to what?
Exactly.
Didn't that fella named JC23 say the rocks rolling down the mountain is a naturally observed phenomena for him, for the upward rising Earth? That was pretty funny.
Well,
So
I mean,
a
a rock falling down a
landslide,
mountain.
so a landslide is proof of gravity?
No, it was in relation to upward rising Earth. He's a supposed flat earther who's on a Dell side. Believes Earth is rising upwards, and rocks rolling down the mountain is a naturally observed phenomena for him. You guys don't remember that? JC23?
Nothing wrong with
Yeah.
rocks rolling down a mountain as an observed phenomena, but that becomes your dependent variable. Yeah? So then you can say, what's the cause of the rocks rolling down the mountain? And then you can start varying and manipulating that which you think causes rocks to roll down a mountain. So you can provide scientific validity for the cause of that effect. But that's all you'll validate. You'll be varying and manipulating physically real things that you have within your capability of varying to see if they cause the rocks to roll down the hill. But that's all you're doing. Yeah? They seem to think that it's some overarching method. Well, if I can come up with something, then I'm good, right? Rocks rolling down a mountain. Sorry, rocks rolling down a mountain, therefore Earth rises up at 9.8 meters per second. What a god-awful, crazy, garbage nonsense that is. No. You're suggesting that because there's an idea of scientific validity because you've satisfied the idea that you can have an independent variable and you've named something, it's suddenly valid. No. If that's your actual phenomena, see if you can figure out why rocks fall down mountains. And that's what you'll be able to tell me at the end of that process. Why rocks fall down mountains. That's it. Idiots.
Well, the only real kind of half-ass argument that I've heard for the upward rising Earth was in my Clash of Clans clan chat. There's a flat earther in there that I talked to here a while back. He said something about he tried to equivocate helium and air balloons in a moving vehicle to Earth rising upward. And what he did was, I'm sure you guys seen the video where I think the news reporter is in the back seat with the guy talking, and they got two balloons, one filled with helium, one filled with air. Well, whenever the driver accelerates, moves forward, the helium balloon will also move forward, but the one with air moves backward. And the same, and whenever he slows down, the helium balloon moves backwards and the air balloon moves forward. And he tried to equivocate, that's how I guess the gas pressure gradients, the air and then the noble gases up top. He tried to equivocate that and to declare an upward rising Earth, which I believe is a
parlor trick.
Well, that wouldn't it be kind
Exactly.
of a false equivalence fallacy of
It's
some
a parlor
sort, though?
trick. What's the observed natural phenomena? Balloons in cars? You having me on?
He didn't say. Well, he didn't say that it was a science experiment.
So it's a parlor trick then?
Pretty much.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, we're surrounded by numpties who use parlor tricks and then ascribe conclusions to them.
Yeah, see, Matthias, the conclusion to that is because Earth is rising up, that's why you're seeing the effects with the balloons.
Of course.
There has to be a mechanism.
Eureka! It's got sod all to do with the
What-
car,
what-
nothing to do with the two different gases and contained systems in a separate semi-contained system in gas pressure that must be contained. Let's ignore all of that and call this a demonstration with a conclusion attached to it. No, it's just a bleeding parlor trick.
Well, that's what I don't get. I mean,
Ask him, what's your observed natural phenomena? This isn't science. Oh, right, well, then you're not proving anything then. It's just a parlor trick.
well, I always thought that flat earthers kind of knew that, these gases are like, the gas pressure gradients are kind of like a density tower.
Well, they're
the
not.
heavier gas is
Well,
on
they're not.
bottom, of
That's
course,
wrong.
and the
Do you
light
believe
noble
that?
gas is on
Hold on,
top.
stop a second. Do you think that's the case?
What?
Do you think that's the case?
Well, it seems to make sense.
No. Do you think there's layers of different types of gases? At Everest, the mixture of gases is exactly the same as down here, there's just less of it. Because it's dissipated, there's very little vegetation at the top of Everest, but the mixture of gases is the same at all altitudes. It doesn't suddenly change. They're unbonded. They're not suddenly going to go, excuse me, yo, it's not like in a prison. Yo, black's over here, Hispanics over there, white's over there. It doesn't work like that. They're unbonded. They just move around in whatever direction, dispersing throughout each other and mixing up. It's an
So you're telling me?
inhomogeneous.
So you're telling me? Oh, I thought you was done. My bad.
Just a word to describe it. Inhomogeneous. Not harmonious. Mixed up.
So aren't there noble gases up in the sky though?
No! Gases
helium,
mixed
like
together.
hydrogen.
Huh?
No, this layering garbage is some nonsense that they've described through the various different atmosphere and stratosphere and thermosphere and all these different layers. No, we haven't got layers. It's an anisotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of gases that are unbonded. One particle has absolutely sod all bearing on what anything else around it's doing. It just moves in a random direction until it collides with something. Now, it could be another gas particle, wouldn't matter which. Could be a wall of the container or the ground. Doesn't matter. That's all it's going to do, though.
I guess what I'm trying to say is helium goes up, not down. It's
Helium
not really
in a container will go up because you're keeping it, yeah, in containment with all of these gases in one place, in containment. What do you think happens if you just open the valve on a helium container?
Are we breathing helium though?
What happens if you open a valve on a helium container? Do you suddenly get a layer of helium on your ceiling? No, it just disperses. Like if you pop the helium balloon, it just disperses. People love to think that if you put some mixture of gases in an environment and then introduce a concentration of a singular gas under containment into that gas mixture, that suddenly the contained gas is going to behave as a group under containment like a single gas particle. You're like, what are you doing? No. Like when they describe their balloon, right? You've got a balloon in a vacuum chamber. You ever seen that? The balloon goes down. The balloon's a container. Idiots. What do you think's happening in the balloon? Is it a pancake? Is it laying flat? Oh, right. No, the gases inside that container have spread out in all directions because that's what they do. Oh, but they're not doing that in the balloon's not doing that. Well, the balloon's not a gas. It's a container for other gases that inside that container, they've spread out in all directions. None of them are going down, go boom boom with gravity. They're spreading out throughout the balloon because it's a container. And it would do it with any gas. It wouldn't matter what gas.
Are we breathing helium?
Yeah, some of it. Tiny little amounts. Yeah.
We are.
Yes.
Yeah,
Trace
you breathe
amounts.
whatever is available for you to breathe.
Whatever's in the air. Just a big mixture of gases.
Yeah, most of what we breathe isn't even oxygen. It's, was it nitrogen?
Yeah, but that really is about it. Mostly oxygen and nitrogen.
Yeah, don't forget the
So-
helium balloon itself is a solid object. It just has helium in it, you know? It's not gas. It's not going to spread out like as the balloon. Sorry, I know that's obvious. I'm just, yeah.
That isn't obvious. That's the point. People get duped. Jedi mind tricked into believing that if you put a container inside another container and ask how the container inside the container behaves, because the container inside the container should behave like gas. No.
And very similar to how people say columns of air. You know, there aren't any air columns. It's all mixed up.
Well, there are in the heliocentric nonsense world of sky vacuums that aren't under containment either.
These are the nonsense things that flat earthers say. My son still remembers when a guy in 24/7 said there's columns of gases.
Yeah,
Well,
what are you
you
going to do?
said that. Yeah,
We wouldn't be breathing now if there was columns of gases, because oxygen, it's not on the ground level.
Yeah, gases don't behave
Well,
like liquids.
So you said gas expands in all directions. That would include down. Does helium expand downward?
Right, what helium factories are there in the sky? What in the sky is producing helium? Where do you think helium is produced?
How do you think helium is produced? Is that
Where
your
do you
question to
think
me?
it's produced? Yeah, where do you think it's coming from? Do you think it's coming from the sky?
I don't know where it's coming
The
from.
ground. That's where it's coming from. And then which way do you think it's going?
I know it's going up.
Right, from
but
the
you
ground.
said gas expands in all directions,
Yeah,
which
it
would
does.
include the down direction.
If I pop a helium balloon in midair, it's going to expand in all directions. Yes.
But then go up.
The balloon with a contained amount of helium will displace the air. Yes. That solid becomes less dense than the air surrounding it. That solid balloon has been made more dense by pumping it full of a volume of helium. Then you can get it to show a displacement effect. But ipso facto, helium is an unbonded gas, produced at ground level, dispersing up and away from the ground. Now, let's say it comes out and after traversing 1/10 of 1 millimetre, it encounters another gas particle and bounces again and hits the ground. Then it's going ipso facto down until it bounces off the ground and goes up. But it's going to go in all directions, is the point.
Like each gas particle is in a giant pinball machine, just bouncing around all over the place, up, down, left, right, all over. And then since there's so much space above us, that's why it expands up. You know, I mean, it's not going to go through the ground in most cases.
Wind.
That's how people get duped because gases move in all directions. So down, right? You just said down.
Well, down and up, down until it meets the ground, and then back up again.
So Nathan, gas does go down, go boom boom. Who said that?
Well, yeah, but there's no sky factories of gas, so no.
That Bob said that. I remember that video.
Yeah, Bob actually stated that gas would go down in a vacuum chamber.
Wouldn't that be because the helium is more dense than nothing?
No, it wouldn't happen at all. He's just wrong. Gas expands to fill the volume it's in. So if you've got a contained canister of any gas in a vacuum chamber, and then you open that container so that the gas that's inside the container inside the vacuum replaces the vacuum. Obviously, it's no longer a vacuum of any description, or a lower vacuum. Yes, that's correct, because it's now got more gas in it. But when you open the valve, it will just disperse into the vacuum in all directions equally, instantaneously the moment the valve's opened. That's what gas does. But Bob was under the misapprehension that it would go down, because he's got a rhetoric that requires a down. Now, he calls it an incoherent dielectric accelerative force down with a bias. But doesn't matter if it's Bob saying it because he's got an incoherent dielectric acceleration to punt, or heliocentrists saying it because they've got a need to keep you on the side of a water ball. Both are wrong. Gas does not behave that way. But as I said earlier to you, Matthias, when you were asking about this, why would we have a downward bias argued from flat earthers? And I gave you the answer. Because which is it better, to point out the affirming the consequent fallacy that's necessitated to keep you on a ball in isolation, or have your opponent talk about almost the exact same thing and argue about which one's right? In this instance, they don't even give you a multiple choice. It's not like flat versus globe force dichotomy. It's Einsteinian versus flat Earth, upward rising Earth. Equivalence principle versus incoherent dielectric acceleration. It's the same thing. They're both the same. You don't actually have any choice at the end of it. Well, that's very convenient. If you're the one with the nonsense need for a force of down, flat earthers don't have that need. But they still argue it in false dichotomy with globers. Very useful for globers. That's the way this has been orchestrated to take place. These debates are a fix. That's what the Feast of Nonsense does. Make sure that the arguments happen the way they're supposed to. If you're one of the people that eventually relinquish your belief because you've been led down a garden path with some stupid flat earth guru, and some of the base principles of heliocentrism must be retained at all costs, like gravity, if you're going to segue back onto the ball, you need that little magic trick to be untarnished when you make your way back to the ball. When you reaffirm your belief, you need to not even concern yourself with why you'd be flying off it, because otherwise you'll start thinking about it and worrying about it after you've come back to the ball. So you need gravity to be argued about in such a way that it doesn't do any damage to the idea that we've got a downward force, a bias, something keeping us to the spinning water ball. Doesn't matter that flat earthers don't need that. They do when we throw them up in the space vacuum on a disk. So you will argue about it too on your pop. Then the audience only hears the false dichotomy. It's too confusing for them to unravel the person who's actually got the positive claims false dichotomy with an affirming the consequent, because it's masked with the false dichotomy. I've explained all this. That's the conclusion. Most, if not all, of the arguments are positioned in that way in this subject arena.
Do we already have a video for today? Because if not, I can pull a couple.
Someone's given me one choice, an Elon Musk video, but it's on someone that will probably copyright strike me if I play more than 10 seconds of their video. So an alternative would be good. Can you stick it in Master B?
Copy that.
Not just copy and paste.
Oh, Danny didn't stay very long.
Right. Oh, I guess he didn't have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Is that even the real Danny Faulkner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is no argument he can't refute.
He's
Maybe
giving us
was
some
expecting
bangers,
us
I
to be
will admit
punting
it.
the same. Maybe he was expecting us to be punting the same nonsense, uprising Earth. These flat earthers think that the Earth is uprising. He's not going to do it well here.
Oh, you think Danny was here to punt up?
However, that is.
What? Really? I think he was just toddling
Well,
along
if
because
he-
he's intrigued. I don't think he was here for any particular upward rising Earth motivations.
If he's following flat Earth to get content for his writings, it would make sense. The same way we are criticizing other flat earthers, he might be doing the same. Or he might be using our critics in order to criticize them.
Who knows? These people are not well.
I've watched
Angry
this
guy.
one. It's basically a rant, just ranting against flat earthers for however long. So you
Cool.
don't have to watch the whole thing. It's like
I'm down for
12-minute
that.
video.
12 minutes,
But,
not exactly a massive marathon.
Cool.
Right, let's get to a little sound check. Let's see how loud he is.
Society collapses.
We'll start with some basic questions. The sky is...
In a world where it feels like nothing is as it's...
Oh, whirly whirl. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Actually, will it now start playing abruptly when I don't want it to?
seems.
No.
And this guy does not like flat earthers, so I hope he doesn't copy strike you either.
Oh, he hasn't got the clout. He's only got 50,000 subscribers. At a certain size, for whatever reason, you can become part of the affiliate program that allows you to automatically just bosh people if they use more than a certain amount of time. So if you use 5 seconds of Disney, they will automatically take ownership of your video and just monetize it. They won't take it down necessarily.
Wow. And for music, it's like 10 seconds or less.
Whatever, it's a period, depends. But yeah, if you've used someone else's material that is potentially monetizable and you haven't got their permission to use their song, then yeah, they're going to monetize your video, all of it. And then all the money that that video makes goes to them. Well, you've got to have a certain amount of clout to do that. Musicians, they do have an easier route into doing that. But if you're a big videographer, Joe Rogan, for instance, if you cover his video for 15, 20 seconds, just automatically flagged. He doesn't have to do anything. He's not sitting around looking at who's using Joe Rogan material all day, every day. But there's an automatic process that just says you've used this chunk. And then they just identify the chunks where you've used their video. Even if you've used their video for 5 seconds, they'll all be identified. And they're like, do you want to get rid of all of it? What do you want to do? Give Joe Rogan all your money? Or you can get rid of all of it. What do you want to do? And that's your choices. Whereas this guy won't have that amount of clout. The person that I had before did, whoever that was that shared that. I think it was Helium. We may cover it, but it's just I've just got to accept the fact that it probably won't make me a dime.
Every day's a learning day.
Yeah, but I do have to pay the mortgage. You know what I mean? So I am a bit reluctant to cover people who will just automatically have the algorithm take the ownership of the video's value off me. The video will stay up, people will still get the material, but it's like the only person that loses is me.
Yeah, but as an audience, we don't really care about that. We just want our entertainment.
Well, I am absolutely broke. It's my birthday in like a week's time, and I've never been poorer. It's really irritating. The videos are all doing really well. The stats are all nice and high. The subscriber count's grown more than it has in a long time. I'm like, great, everything's going in the right direction except for the bleeding money. So I get paid, and I'm like, typically I'll clear my overdraft when I get paid. I've just been paid, and it hasn't. I'm still 500 quid overdrawn, which is heartbreaking. Like, oh. Anyway, enough bit rude to moan about money. People don't like it, so I'll shut up. Although there was a reason why I was moaning about it. Somebody asked me to go and do a social. So they're like, can you come down south and do the social at the end of the month? And initially, when they asked me, I was like, yeah, no worries. Just let me know a bit closer to the time and I'll go down and stay with my folks. They live down south. Then it gets close to the time. He's like, can you come down? I'm like, well, actually, I can't even afford to drive down there. He's like, do you want me to sub you the fuel? I'm like, no. I was like, leave it with me. So I'm like, oh. You know, it's just little things like that just piss you off. You're like, I had to say to the guy, look, this is the situation. I can't actually afford to take a day away from the show. He's like, well, I do actually charge for admission. I can give you half the door. I'm like, well, that'll probably cover my fuel and I can stay with my folks. And, you know, it's just getting out there where I'm showing appreciation to the people who come to my show daily. So I do want to do it. It's just some stupid little petty financial burden that's precluding me from doing it. And I'm just having to tell this guy. And it's not really any of his or my audience's, for that matter, business, other than the fact that it is my audience's business because I e-beg for my financial endeavours. That's how I make my money. So in that case, it's like, well, you can kind of talk about those things when they do arise. But in this instance, there might be people listening that in the next few days find out that I've said I'll go and do this social, which is just suddenly causing me stress that is unnecessary. And it's not the fault of the guy who asked me. He doesn't care. Well, maybe he does. He was, reasonably understanding, let's put it that way. He offered to submit the fuel money to go down there. But you don't want to be in that position, you know what I mean? You don't want to be scratting by asking people to borrow money for a tank of fuel. Anyway, I'll stop moaning. The positives of doing what we do here massively outweigh the financial stress, which pretty much is the only stress I have. You know, the argument doesn't stress me, the people around me don't stress me, I've made loads of really nice friends, there is a lot of social endeavours that you can take part in. People want my company, which is obviously very flattering. So there's loads and loads of positives. And even the slightly negative now, it's not even like a little nip. Like the first bee sting's really painful, but the beekeeper doesn't really pay much attention when he gets stung now. That's like us with the anti-flat earthers now. That doesn't cause me any stress. I'm just looking for angles to reposition what they're in pain about to educating my audience, and that's about it. Like, that's the only useful aspect that they offer.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, you don't need to tell me. I'm all over it.
You're getting told off by your mum and dad, and you're trying to explain something, and your lips start quivering, and you're just about to burst into tears. That's what it reminded me of.
Damn, I forgot to start the recording. Oh, this live bit will be standalone. It won't be in part of the after show because I've started the recording a little bit after the fact. How long have we been live for? I've basically missed the entire live show in the Uncut and after show. Oh well, if you want to see what was happening in the last 55 minutes, you'll have to actually go and watch this live show. I'm speaking to my after show audience that are part of this recording. I shouldn't really do that. We're still live.
What's wrong with you, Nathan?
I just accidentally didn't press the button. Occasionally I didn't, I pause so I don't get 2 intros. So I do the Uncut and after show intro. Then we have the pre-show. Then when I go to do the live introduction, I pause the recording so there's not 2 introductions in one video. And then as soon as I've finished the introduction, I then start the recording again. So it just goes from us discussing stuff to the live show starting. So it's a bit more... Because what I was finding was when I was playing the... Sorry, live audience, for us to do this in the middle of a live show. What I was finding was people would listen for, let's say we did a 40-minute pre-show, and then the intro would play, and if they were only paying half attention, they'd think it was the end of the show and just tune into something else. So I'm like, well, how can I resolve this? Well, there's a pause button in OBS. I'm like, well, if I pause the recording just before I do the second introduction for the live show, the people watching on the Uncut show, they've been literally listening for 45 minutes maybe, won't suddenly think the stream's ending because they hear an outro music, because it isn't. It's a second intro that shouldn't be there in the recording. So I just forgot to press, unpause it, if you will. Just forgot to do it. Or I did do it. I did press it. It just didn't take effect. Anyway, shout out.
Can you re-edit it together, maybe?
I'm not going to do that. I don't have enough time as it is. Shout out to the Flat Earth Truth. Hold on, I just want to do a quick shout out. Shout out to the Flat Out Truth. He says, "You have to be wrong, or his reality is lost to truth." Yeah, I have to be wrong. That's basically it, isn't it? Most of the flat earthers, anti-flat earthers, have this sentiment. If only the flat earthers would go away, this wouldn't be a problem. It's like you're kidding yourselves. You've got these issues that you want addressed and can't address, and we keep highlighting them. Us going away won't mean that you suddenly forget it. Eradicating flat earthers won't give you amnesia. It's not going to get rid of any pain. But they don't see it as pain, do they? That's why we say it so often, so that people recognise what's actually going on with them. You're in pain. This guy, angry guy, this is your pain. This is you sharing your pain. That's all this is.
Mad. They're beyond mad. They've lost the plot.
Science, there's things you can test right now, right? Fire burns, water's wet, drop something, falls to the ground, that appears.
Releases helium balloon, points out that none of those are observed phenomena that would be going through the scientific method to claim that they're science. It is a long time ago.
To be gravity, those are things you can test, right?
But
No, you can't, because not all things go towards the ground, Mark. But it is Mark from 7 years ago, and you and I personally have had several discussions on this topic since this time. So I can't be too critical of Mark. This is a long time ago, right? We all know better now.
curving horizon, the sloping sea.
I like the fact that he was talking about all things going down and it cuts to a picture of a load of clouds. Wicked.
Level, the spin of the Earth.
Did she just say sea level? I'm pretty sure she did she not?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she said sea level.
Yeah, you're going to need a flat Earth for sea level.
Used to hear.
Yeah, just need a little bit of flat Earth, don't they? Yeah, we all measure with respect to sea level. Things like elevations, heights. They're off the surface. Surface level, that is. Sea level's the average that we use for the entire world. Level. Having no part higher or lower than another.
You can see these phenomena with your own
What phenomena would they be, love? What phenomena? You didn't just describe any phenomena. Sea level's not a phenomena.
eyes. They may not be true.
A lot of people are going, this is
crazy, right?
Genuinely speaking, I use...
What was crazy? What phenomena? None of this makes any sense.
Think about this. For the last 20, 25 generations, this is what we've told people.
Unlike what we've been told in school, some flat earthers imagine the Earth looks like a snow globe.
See, that's much more reasonable. It'll lower my blood pressure considerably when someone like this says some flat earthers suggest that there is an ice wall. Yeah, some do. We don't. We haven't got a clue what's beyond the expanded territory that we expanded flat in outer space already. That is to say, we travelled out from the known worlds that were mapped into the unknown territories formerly known as outer space beyond the horizon and found the new worlds. We then colonised them, built on them, and mined them. That's what we can show has actually happened. All of which took place with a flat Earth beneath the people who did it. All of the systems of navigation were done flat, and all of the maps that were created before and after were also flat. That's how the world's actually expanded. See, on the table we call the Feast of Nonsense, there is this idea that we should, as flat earthers, explain territories that are yet to be discovered, when we've already expanded out the world flat and found new worlds in outer space on a flat Earth, and then mapped them flat, and shown that expansion throughout the history, having expanded out the flat territory, with new worlds. Now, there does come a point, of course, where we stop calling the land beyond the horizon outer space, and we stop finding new worlds there. Then we get this Feast of Nonsense idea that there's a wall of ice all the way around us, that we have to defend the extra territories we haven't found, and this area that we haven't been to. Some of us have, and it's not particularly interesting, but nevertheless, somehow we've got to explain it when we've already got plenty of history to show we expanded out Earth flat, with navigation and stars and angles. So I don't need to justify any of this, but it's here on the table for us to argue in full dichotomy against a globe with, and make us look stupid as we speculate about things that we haven't experienced. Meanwhile, I do know, because it's documented in everybody's history, that Earth is flat and it was expanded out and navigated that way as we found new worlds in space. Outer space, the area beyond the horizon. Not the area they now say is outer space, which is a violation of natural law sky vacuum with twinkling lights that are now soil.
Round, but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps.
Most flat Earth maps? What flat Earth maps? There aren't any flat Earth maps. They're all projections of a globe in modern terms of maps, but those have all been derived from elevation angles from a polar-centric system we call latitude. So she's bastardizing these globe projections into being flat Earth maps. What I see underneath this dome is an azimuthal equidistant projection. That's a globe projection. I mean, it doesn't matter that the latitude system on all of these require a flat Earth to measure it. This is not a flat Earth map. There aren't any flat Earth maps. If you're going to lie to the world, which they are, about it being a globe, which they are, why would there be in existence any flat Earth maps? You need them all to suggest the idea of sphericity through this notion of projection, globe projection. Well, this map's a globe projection. Yeah, it is. And how did we make the globe it was projected from? Well, with flat Earth angle measurements. North Pole centric. It's called latitude.
With the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
So are you certain this is what the Earth looks like?
Pretty sure. Almost.
Yeah, that's where Mark and I would have to disagree and deviate in terms of our rhetoric. Mark hasn't got a clue. He's holding up a globe projection.
I mean, there are some details to be worked out, sure, but the basic concept is sound. Absolutely sound. And
I sat across the table at one of these conferences with Mark Sargent and had this argument with him. Not argument, discussion. And for all the criticism I gave of the map and for all the criticism of how it was projected, at that time I wasn't telling him it came from flat Earth measurements, I'll be honest. But the way he pitched it back to me in defence was to say, if you are so indoctrinated with the world as a sphere, and that is all you know because you've been raised with it, you have to have something presentable, visual, that you can let the person who's not currently imagining the world as a flat plane, they need to be able to visually depict how that might be, even if it isn't functionally correct, even if it's distorted as a globe projection. They need something to take them from one place to another. Now, at the time I was discussing this with him, I had nothing else to come back at him with, and I'm like, fair enough. That's your way. I don't like it because I hate the map. But I understand the principle behind it. And he had a good enough justification to basically put me at bay.
one thing, again, we absolutely know for a fact, this ain't it.
So
yeah, so he's quick to segue. Mark's not stupid. You know, he knows the limitations of his argument. He segued beautifully and then gave a categoric statement that he could tell her, Earth's not a ball.
those iconic blue marble images seen from space.
No, they're not seen because that would imply that somebody's eyeballs had been out in this area. See these white things? Yeah, alluding to be clouds. Yeah? They are representative of, they're not actually, but they're representative of in a visual way, the high pressure gas that surrounds this alleged blue marble in a sky vacuum. Okay, so this is high pressure gas. What's this? And this? Oh, that would be a vacuum, would it? 10 to the minus 17 torr? So this is an area of volume that high pressure gas can fill. Right next to high pressure gas. But the high pressure gas isn't filling it. This is a straight up second law of thermodynamics violation. The guy making the video that's responding to this, by the way, thinks that we have had this view. No, we have not. You can't watch gas not dispersing into space. That's what gas does. It fills space. All of it, always. It's the law of nature.
Flat earthers denounce them as fakes.
Fakes as in violations of the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, they are. Absolutely without question.
Start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
Yes, question.
Well, it might be a photo from high altitude for all I know, but the rhetoric is that the black area is a vacuum. It doesn't really matter if they're fake. I can debunk the rhetoric behind the area that they're claiming the sky vacuum is surrounding because it's actually in existence high pressure gas that we are definitely breathing. So which do I need to validate? Do I need to validate that we've definitely got high pressure gas? Yeah, we definitely got high pressure gas. I'm breathing it right now. Do I need to validate the second law of thermodynamics? No, it's a law of nature. It's a description of that which occurs always without exception. That's why it's called a law of nature. So without exception, gas will always disperse into volume. They teach it at a university level. Second law of thermodynamics, that is. Not that I expect this kid to understand that.
So if you think you have questions,
Feel free to line up and ask them while I'm reading the opening statement.
the flat earthers have many, many more.
This is what returns to Earth.
Which is why I thought someone who's actually seen the Earth from space.
So you're going to now appeal to a guy who says he's been into the sky vacuum. So we're about to hear from a liar, a man who says he's been to a sky vacuum in violation of said second law of thermodynamics. Shout out to Daniel Samaniego. Would Mark S. be willing to put up a video telling people to come and check out live debate with the UTI utilised short? That should trigger some new faces. Every single time I've requested that Mark does a plug for me, he not only does it, he puts effort into creating a unique video and does it immediately. There has never been a time that I've asked Mark to do something like that and he said no. He's always done it with exceptionally good grace and quickly.
Mark is ace.
Mark is absolutely ace. You cannot find flaw in Mark Sargent. Even when I have tried, I've failed. And he's managed to convince me otherwise with justifications that I can't overcome. Mark's a very smart guy.
Might have some answers.
1 + 1 is?
Thank you for the super chat, Daniel.
2.
What color is the sky?
Blue.
And the Earth is?
Round.
See? Do you know why he said round? Because as liars go, this is something else from the Deception Detectives, people don't like to lie. There's a high degree of mental processing that goes into lying. And people want to avoid doing it. And round is a way of deceiving without having to lie when you know the contrapositive is the case. If you know that the Earth is not a sphere, then when someone asks you with an inference of sphericity in their question, you can answer, the Earth is round, and get away with it. Strictly speaking, if held to task, he would say, I wasn't lying. Roger Ledwell says, not all vacuums are black. They come in many colours. Very good.
Is it round like the equatorial plane that we measure elevation angles from?
Exactly.
Just like it is here, this model of it.
Professor Mike Massimino spent more than 20 days in space and...
Was that the guy that was on screen a minute ago? He's a liar. Mike, was it? You're a liar. You did not spend any time in a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. I'm calling you a fraud, a liar, a deceiver. Yes, Satan would be proud. You lie. You have not been in Narnia and looked back at high-pressure gas not filling the area you claim to be in. You're a deceitful man.
and worked on the Hubble telescope.
A telescope in a sky vacuum, also known as the plane called Sophia? I'm thinking no. You see, there is an underwater telescope also called Hubble that they work on and film. But the one they claim to be in a sky vacuum, the one that orbits, based on the mathematics of flat Earth elevation angle derivations that couldn't possibly have them falling around a sphere-shaped surface because it's measured as a flat plane, to give you the orbital mechanics to claim for numpties that they're falling around a sphere in an area of volume gas isn't filling. This man is a liar. There's no other words for it. There's very few people in this arena we can actually tar with that brush with absolute certitude about what we claim. This man is a liar. You can't travel to areas of volume that gas isn't filling. It's a violation of natural law. To assert that you've observed gas not filling space is absurd and a lie.
So when you looked at the planet...
He didn't. Anything that now crosses his lips is a lie. Let's see what he says.
What did it look like?
It looks round, folks.
Same word he used last time to get away with not lying when he's lying. Round. Okay, that isn't mutually inclusive with sphericity. You can have a flat, round penny, can't you? A penny's spherical. Meanwhile, she's asked him about being in space, and he's answered her in the affirmative. So I can still make my claim. I can still lay it at his door. You're a liar. You didn't observe anything from space. You liar. You fraud.
It is round, my eyewitness account, and I looked at it as much as I could. It is round.
Okay, we're in the final countdown. How you doing over there?
He's played himself on the Big Bang Theory, but some flat earthers actually believe astronauts are just actors.
I don't care what he is. I didn't say he was an actor. I said he was a liar. I don't believe he's a liar. I state as fact he's a liar based on the second law of thermodynamics violation claim that he says he's in, when he says he's in a sky vacuum. No, he isn't. Gas fills space. You can't observe gas not filling the area he's claimed to be in. It is a lie. I don't claim he's an actor. I claim he's a liar.
Part of a huge conspiracy going...
No, just one man that you've presented thus far, and I've called him specifically a liar, when he said that, oh yeah, I looked back from space and saw a round Earth. What, like a penny? How fascinating. You're a liar. You weren't in a sky vacuum. You didn't see Jack.
Back to those very first steps on the moon.
Would that be Neil Armstrong lying about taking a small step after traversing a sky vacuum? Neil Armstrong was also a liar, so is Buzz Aldrin the alcoholic, probably dealing with the fact that he has to lie to people all through his life. And will go to his grave with that lie. To meet Satan. For being a scumbag, disingenuous liar and lying to everybody. Now, Buzz, in his old age, has started telling the truth. Telling little kids that he didn't go. Now, people just write off as drunk old Uncle Buzz. Saying that we didn't go. Maybe one day we will, little child. Yeah, because he knows he's been lying through his back teeth the entire time. Yeah? What about Neil Armstrong himself with his cryptic garbage before he died? They all know the pain must be unbearable, and I don't care. They'll all go to their graves knowing they've lied to their children and their children's children and the world about being in a place that doesn't exist. Now, they may have justified it at the time and thought, no big deal, it's for the greater good. But like alcoholic Buzz Aldrin shows the entire world, eventually they crumble under the pressure of their own lies and start confessing the truth to children. We didn't go, says Buzz. Maybe one day.
One small step for man, one giant
Lie for mankind.
leap for mankind.
You don't believe that they've gone to space?
No, not at all. The rockets go up, sure. There's nobody in them.
I hope you're ready to listen fast because I'm ready to speak fast.
Rob Skiba is another one of the celebrity contrarians in the...
Why isn't the guy commenting? I mean, has he just taken this news report and played it 90% of it, like Simon Dan would do with my material? Where's his commentary? I'm commenting on it more than he is. This is not your video, angry guy.
Flat Earth movement. His popular YouTube videos and podcasts take clues from the Bible's book of Genesis.
There's no way you can get a spinning heliocentric globe out of anything.
Yeah, I covered this in the pre-show. I just definitely don't like applying this standard, but whatever.
In the Bible.
Are you just skeptical of everything?
I have become skeptical of everything, and I think rightfully so.
Pretty much everyone here, though, is kind of a conspiracy theorist.
I'd say that's a common trait, but I think there's a little bit of conspiracy theorists in all of us.
Really, I despised it from the moment I got here, Robbie. Yeah, bunch of idiots making us all look stupid by barking on about stupid conspiratorial nonsense. But you welcome it in your conference, don't you, Robbie?
You do.
This is going to be fun.
It's why many of them do their own experiments.
Yeah, you don't know what an experiment is. This is not an experiment. This is a good demonstration of pitch. So D Marble showing that there is no downward descent around a sphere when you're flying on an aeroplane. Now, this coincidentally is what Brian's Logic's currently angling for when they say they're going to fly down by antipodal assumption to Antarctica. Well, let's have some pitch data then. You know, I've got people out 10 years ago in the field, D Marble in this case, acquiring pitch data. Adam did the same in a much more accurate manner.
Daryl Marble packed a level on a flight to test if the plane was flying parallel to...
Yeah, it was.
to a flat Earth.
Yeah, it is. That's how planes fly. Nose up with respect to horizontal.
So there's going to be some sciencey people who say that is a real Bobo experiment.
A real what?
To test if the plane was flying parallel to a flat Earth.
So there's going to be some sciencey people who say that is a real Bobo experiment.
Bozo.
Bobo, she said. Who say that is a real Bobo experiment. Okay, well...
I think she meant bozo.
Bobo experiment is what she actually said, though. Okay?
They have.
That's a little basic.
I know. It's so simple, it'll go right over your head.
The credo for many of these beliefs.
Good response. It did go straight over her head. She didn't know what an experiment was. Experiment is the assertion of cause and effect based on natural phenomena through systematic experimentation. She thinks that using a level to show pitch on a plane is an experiment. It isn't.
Believers, check it out for yourself.
Go out and test.
You just want them to ask the questions.
Why do you believe what you believe?
They're mad. They're mad. They're mad, y'all. They're mad.
Yeah, what a fantastic rebuttal. Now, I don't agree with Rob Skeever's approach. Testing the globe. So let's all assume by our opponent's standard that we have a globe and test it. And show how it does or doesn't work with respect to our assumption that we are on one. Yeah, I never agree with Rob Skeever's approach in this regard. Now, I definitely don't agree with it if he was alive today. Because today, I say to flat earthers, we measure Earth flat and so do the globe heads. Do I need to test the reification coming from flat Earth measurements? No, I do not. I can show how it came to fruition in the first instance, as opposed to testing it after we already measured Earth flat to get it.
They're mad.
That's about the 11th time. I think I've lost count, but I think it's the 11th time he said we're mad.
Holy cow.
I think that's the 6th holy cow, and the 11th, they are mad.
Can't believe they're going strong still.
Okay. Your belief is kind of inconsequential, son. You've talked about it a lot, but we don't give a crap about anybody's belief here. You believe they're still going strong, and that's amazing.
You know, they believe that the Earth is more like a snow globe.
No, that was one commenter that you read out that said that to you specifically, but now your one commenter is extrapolatable to the entire flat Earth community. You're a stupid idiot. You know that, son.
Kind of like there's just one, it's like a plane, and that's a plane of existence, and that's it. And the North Pole is in the center in Antarctica.
Who said it wasn't in the center? In all of that presentation that you just played, that wasn't suggested. Why are you now suggesting the contrary of what they actually put forth to you? Was it that you couldn't actually listen?
Basically, it's what wraps around the edges.
Yeah, that's what we get strawmanned with. Beast of nonsense garbage. As I detailed earlier, we have expanded out the known territories from existing flat maps with flat land out beyond the horizon into outer space to discover, quote, new worlds, then colonized and mined. The resources stripped, populations expanded, animals wiped out. On the new worlds. We found our way there flat. We navigated our way there flat. We found our way back flat. We then made maps that were flat, with the flat Earth angles to the stars we found our way there and back with. Earth is measured, expanded, and navigated, aviated, built on, flat. Earth is flat. Now, you can take those flat Earth measurements and extrapolate them out onto ball models. Of course, they aren't very useful, so you'll have to project them back out onto flat maps if you're going to use them in any way. But they'll maintain the grid system known as latitude and longitude, which is a flat Earth measured system.
Jesus help us. And so
when we said cry for help, you couldn't get a better one. Jesus help us. What are we going to do? What are you going to do? We're all right, mate. Other than being very, very poor for being censored.
If they were using the Bible to support this lunacy.
You know what lunacy means? Derived from the word lunatic, a man who looks at the moon, used in navigation. They used to have lunatics on board for timekeeping purposes. Maybe you should look up the etymology of this word that you now use to mean stupid and insane?
Guys, the future is just basically, the answer of where does this lead? This leads to more people saying that utterly these guys are crazy. And
where does what holds for us in the future, oh guru, angry guy? Well, other people repeating what I've said 12 times. That's where it's going. Other people saying what I've repeated as wishful thinking 12 times. That's where it's going. I'm telling you now, they're all mad. 13 times.
Well, he's kind of right. That's what they're doing. Everybody's kind of chanting, no, 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 right now. So he's kind of right.
Yeah, he can project his own madness onto us if he wants, I suppose.
They need to have their heads checked because clearly the world is round.
What's that, 13 times?
And, yeah, this is
one way to play someone else's video that actually had some substance with you in between saying the same thing 14 times. Oh my God, Jesus save us, they're all mad. I mean, how many different ways can you say the exact same thing? Have you not got a brain? Can you not turn this into content? Did you really have to play 3 minutes of their video to then say something that you'd said on both sides of the clip? Give him 46,000 subscribers, I guess.
This just makes conspiracy theorists look worse, especially when, they're not all...
We live in a world, right, where I'm going to get pissed as a YouTube videographer. You produce shit. This material, this gameplay, this whole thing is shit. He's got a shit mic, shit attitude. He said the same thing multiple times. He's nicked someone else's material. And he's got more subs than me. Why? I produce a damn good show daily. Yeah? I cover with intellect and intelligence their model that they decry, with their own lack of understanding of it. I'm articulate. I've got a completely treated room that sounds good. I've got guests that are polite enough to actually let me finish sentences. That's what I've got. I've got a whole panel of people here. There's probably 25 people here taking part in this show that's been going for 10 years. He's got almost double my subs with this shit. Let's be honest. That's what this is. Shit. Right? Why? I'll tell you why. Because we, regardless of how hard we work, will always be censored. So there's no YouTube algorithmic love. There's no 12-year-olds coming and listening to me like, listen to this little tosser. And yeah, they're all nutters. Woo! Yeah? That's why I will, with my high-quality material, with decent sound and decent material, coverage daily, that's why I'll only ever have half the subs of this crap. Yeah? Because in YouTube's mind, this literally deserves more precedence in the YouTube algorithm than I do. Now, I'm saying it because in this instance, it is really, really low quality. This is crap. The videographer's crap. He's got nothing to say. All he's doing is sharing his pain through his camera and mic. That's it. Give him 50,000 subs. Make him a YouTube millionaire, I guess. Why not?
All bad people, and there's some things that that are questionable. But this I don't know.
Know what? How to form a friggin' sentence? Yeah? Can you understand, panel? I'm just going to appeal to you because I'm sounding like a bitter teenager. It's not fair. He always gets the better looking girl than me. No, I'm not, bitter in that regard. But I do feel this is a useful example where it's someone of comparable size. 46,000, 26,000. Yeah, it's bigger, but it's not like he's got a million, which is completely uncomparable. He's in a different world on YouTube to me. He's not. He's in the same world. So then you go, okay, well, how do these two channels stack up? This guy can't even form a sentence. You know what I mean?
Did he just say Ida?
Yes. That's what I'm saying, Neil. He's got 46,000 subscribers, which, if in my delusional mind, I could probably pay my overdraft each month if I had 46,000 subscribers. This guy, it's probably pocket money.
And he's not even live.
He's like the
It's hard to talk. He's not even live, like you said earlier. It's hard to talk live sometimes,
I don't think this was live.
Yeah, he's not live. Yeah, he's recorded.
Well, that's 46,000 bad parents. That's the way I look at it.
One more time.
That's 46,000 bad parents.
I don't know. I'm not bitter at him. If he's listening to this going, how dare you, right? I actually work really hard. It's not necessarily that the comparison's for you personally or to you personally. It's just generally. Yeah. So we reached a point in about 2017 where we could grow. You know, if you put out decent material, which at the time I wasn't, I was putting out crap like you are, with a horrible mic and loads of background noise and a scratchy sound and very little to say. And I wasn't a good videographer. But I was still growing at a decent rate because people could find my material if they typed in Flat Earth. Now you type in Flat Earth and you find Simon Dan. Or Professor Dave Explains. Or you. Yeah, you will come up 10 times sooner in this subject that I am now an expert in after 10 years of covering it. And almost everybody on the panel is too. There's a whole panel of experts here, condensed into one show that comes out daily. And we're struggling to cover outgoings. As a YouTube videographer, I struggle. Well, why? Well, because Congress have told YouTube, censor these people. All right, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, you get nothing. Right. So then I have to scrap to my enemy, you, and appeal to you, the guy who's got more subs, to make a response. Now, the chances of you making a response when I'm making it abundantly clear that you can't even string 5 words together without stuttering or repeating yourself, you're unlikely to want to put a link to me, are you? Now, why would it be that I have to lean on my enemy to actually get any publicity? Well, because we don't get any from YouTube. It's Congress's decree. So I'm entitled to moan about it. I just want to make it clear for him, angry guy, it's not actually directed at you, even though I'm using you as an example. It could be literally anybody.
As the people that say don't believe statistics. And, you know, I say go and check the statistics. Check.
What statistics?
Nathan.
Go on.
Just quickly, when I go out on a night out, if I go out with a lad who's better looking than me, it's a bit scary and harder for me because I have to up my game to get lucky that night. Whereas if I got a lad who's average looking, then I feel a lot better, a lot more confident. So you should feel grateful there's lots of numpties around, so you look better yourself.
Fair enough.
Check the facts because, you know, just like, you know, math, just like facts, we're
just like math, just like facts. Oh dear,
just like empirical
dear me.
things, just like things that are empirical, or whatever.
So maths is abstract, right? He thinks that maths is facts. Yeah, shout out to Red's Rhetoric. Math is not reality. It's abstract. You can have a fact in math. Yeah? But it's still abstract. If I've got 3 apples and on paper I say, well, I'll give you 4 apples. You get 4 apples. I've got -1 apple. On paper, everything's fine. Yeah, but in reality, I can't give you 4 apples if I've only got 3. Well, but I can in the maths, because it's abstract. Yeah? But this guy's like, it's just like maths and facts. No, facts can be established in multiple different ways. But the assertion in the video that you've covered today has made it quite plain and obvious to everybody listening to it that there's an illusion of science here. So that's why we bark on about what science actually is, the empirical nature therein, because it's never being employed when people claim they're on a sphere. You know, you've got stories of the formation of heavy metals in the dying hearts of stars to then follow natural law, disperse throughout the cosmos, and give us our base materials to form life. Why? Science! No, it's not, though. That's the point. But you think maths. Well, why? Because they can give you the numbers for the dispersion rate of the solid materials after implosion in dying stars. Well, the maths stacks up. It's abstract.
Just derivative of facts, you know, don't care about your feelings. But this is madness. This is madness, and I don't see, you know, I just hope that this movement gets shut down or just continues to get refuted.
We are already. Yeah? We're already shut down. 2017, mate, Congress sat, YouTube sat in front of Congress, and they were told in no uncertain terms, you need to stop this flat earth thing. People going around saying the earth is flat, that's not allowed. Yeah? So when you say they should be shut down, yeah, in terms of your appeal to what other individuals should or shouldn't be doing, in your mind we should all be locked up, it really doesn't matter in terms of the nature of the world that we inhabit. Yeah, you could lock us all up. Okay, let's just go down that road for a second. What happens next? Does Earth stop getting measured flat? Do the maps cease to be flat? Does the grid system stop being flat? Does GPS stop referencing Cartesian systems for ground positions? No, the world will still function flat, regardless of if you decide that the perceived to be mentally unstable flat earthers are locked up or not. Earth will still be functioning as a flat plane, because that's how it functions. FED allowing for the audience to become experts also, says Mike808. Wow, that is a really nice compliment. Thank you, Mike. I owe it all to my panel. Specifically, Quantum Eraser. Hello, Huey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The feedback. You want to turn your mic back down from when you held your show with an audience? Turn your mic back down.
Muted?
No,
This is absolutely.
I just turned it up.
Okay, well, you're causing feedback. Can you hear speakers through your mic?
No, I'm
Hellish.
not.
Yeah, you are. I can hear it.
Hellish. Oh my God. This is off the devil. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the content, subscribe to our newsletter for my personal thoughts, insights, and a free copy of my ebook, The Blueprint for Escaping the Rat Race. Click the link in the description.
You've got an ebook called Escaping the Rat Race, have you? Okay.
To get your free copy. What do you guys think regarding all of this? Do you agree that these people?
If I gave the tiniest of shites about what you had to say, I might go and download it, but frankly, the fact that you can't string a sentence together doesn't really encourage me to go and download your ebook about escaping the rat race. You're in it. Going, oh my God. If this is how you cope with flat Earth, why would anybody take advice on you from you about how to escape anything?
People are they need some time and they need to get their heads checked. They're not really
14 times.
They're not really they're not.
This isn't really a sentence.
I don't know how to.
Seriously, have you not got editing software? Do you not listen to yourself back and go, I sound pretty stupid saying this stammery, stuttery garbage 14 times. Maybe once would be sufficient.
To describe it, they're not there's a few screws loose. There's a few
15 times.
Screws loose.
16 times. I mean, maybe you could just reiterate this 16 times, because I mean, it's enough for a 12-minute video for you to say, I'm scared that I might not know enough about heliocentrism because I don't know how the formation of stars gave us gold, but lights in the sky gave us stuff, it fell to the ground, and maybe we did, or maybe we were alleged not to go to the moon, I don't really know, but allegedly we do go to Mars, and therefore all flat earthers are nutters. X16. Wow, what a wonderful video. I'm glad we covered your pain. Meanwhile, Earth is measured flat for your globe belief. If it wasn't for the flat Earth measurements we actually utilize in physical reality, you wouldn't have a globe to believe in, sunshine. It wouldn't even exist. Fortunately, we do have flat Earth measurements, and therefore you're lucky that you can continue in your globe faith. We'll help you. We'll educate you further in where your origins came from. Now, I can say all that live without stuttering. You, on a pre-recorded video, managed to say the same 16 times over repetition with stuttering. Good job. I see why you've got so many more subscribers than me. My God, I'm bitter, aren't I? I'll take the YouTube hat off. I'll put the flat Earth hat back on. Stop being quite so bitter. Do we all enjoy that?
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
You just go. It was thrilling.
I don't believe you. Responding to crap like that does just leave me with a little bit of a YouTube bitter taste in my mouth. I'll be honest, as you can probably detect.
It's a program on their end, and at least we get to see it, and at least we get to hear a rebuttal that is pretty concise against it because it's pretty obvious and it's pretty, it's true. It's like, you say the same things, but when does the truth change?
Any other further comments on Angry Guy? Once again, if you're watching live, be sure to let Angry Guy know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite link indicating that we have covered his video. Hopefully, if he is to respond, he'll put a link to our video and help us in the YouTube algorithmic love that we definitely do not receive from YouTube. But yeah, I'll put a link there. You can see it going by in the live stream chat now. Hopefully a few of you have actually done that. There's 120 people watching, so I'd hope at least a few of you have actually followed along to the video with my YouTube hat on. In that regard, I wish him every success on YouTube. As much as I'm bitter that you're more successful than me, despite not being able to string a sentence together, I still, with a YouTube hat on, wish you every success. I wouldn't want to interfere in your endeavours to grow as a YouTuber, and I'd hope you'd do the same in return. Any other comments?
Subscriber count.
One more time?
Yes. Subscriber count doesn't equal success.
That sounds familiar. I think I said that. No,
Brian told me 2 weeks ago.
No, subscriber count doesn't really mean a great deal. It's watch time and views that actually mean something. In that regard, I'm doing really well. It just doesn't directly translate to cash, unfortunately. Anyway, I'm going to round out and do a call to action for people to stay tuned if they are watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Stream, as there will be an after show to follow. Yeah, recording's definitely working this time. Oh, that's annoying. Only in whatever it's been, 7 or 8 years of doing the debate, I think it's only been twice that I've accidentally not unpaused the recording in the middle of the live show. So the live show's then missing from the full uncut show, which kind of makes me a liar when I call it an uncut show because I've cut out half the live show. Anyway. Got less and less outrageous towards the end of the video. It started off with him saying we should all be locked in nut houses, and I was completely outraged by about the 16th or whatever it was repetition of it. You're like, this has lost its sting a little bit, hasn't it, son? Same is true for our opponents in general. Say again.
He's an incoherent putz. Next.
Sounds like a kid.
Yeah. His audience is 11 and 12, maybe 13-year-old girls. There's a lot of them, by the way. Hence, subscribers doesn't mean success. Watch time and views aren't success either.
Yeah, they are. They directly pay my bills. Or fail to directly pay my bills. Depends on how you look at it.
Paying bills is not success.
Feeding yourself and having clothes is not success.
Catching on.
Absolutely, Neil. I totally agree. By Thursday, I should estimate.
That means I'm roboting.
Roboting is not success.
I'm with you 100%. I just want you to all know we're all with you 100%.
No, that's not what he said, by the way.
Danny Faulkner in earlier, by the way.
Yeah, what?
We had Danny Faulkner in earlier.
Oh, you did? I'm sure he was quite talkative.
Oh, he didn't shut up. Or sarcasm. Right, who's in Discord? I'm parched. I really need to drink something. I've been sat here for 2 hours. Who's going to keep the conversation going if I go and get a drink? Bush? Humble? Dank? Looking at you guys.
We'll wait, dude.
That was a new voice. Who was that? Phil.
This is Philosophics.
Philosophics? I don't think I've heard from you before. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I have a quick question for you.
Oh, for me?
Doesn't the evidence suggest... Go ahead.
I really want to get a drink. Can you direct it to someone else for like 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
You can direct it towards me.
All right. Doesn't the evidence suggest, based on the fact that nothing sets, that, yeah, you can pretty much, until somebody proves to me that something sets, we're on an infinite flat plane.
Are you talking about the sun setting?
Just anything setting.
But you got for me to get my teeth into something, it's got to be hyper specific, please.
Okay. I just take the most distant star possible. It doesn't set. Nothing sets. Yeah, you can think about the sun, but going much further than that, right? Any star doesn't matter. Nothing sets. Therefore, we can stop there. It's infinite until proven otherwise.
Infinity doesn't exist in reality or mathematics, number one. Number two, when they say it sets, stars or the sun, that's rhetorical language. The sun doesn't set and stars don't set on a globe or a flat plane.
But you know what I'm saying. I'm in terms of just going around under under us, I guess you could say.
No, I wouldn't say.
Okay, like this. I know. My point is, it doesn't, since you can't, it's not sayable. Obviously, it's not provable that anything sets. I'm just using the word set. That's the only word I can, that, is the function of what I'm trying to say.
Yes, but it's rhetorical language that's parroted to you that say things set or rise.
True. Okay, then going below the horizon, how about we'll just go there?
Below the horizon? Horizon? How can you have a horizon on a ball card?
No. I'm saying nothing actually goes below the horizon. Well, I guess horizon doesn't. Then you're basically saying I can't even use words at this point.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the words that you are using defeats the ball cards in a millisecond.
I don't know. This isn't to back up any ball-tard anything. This is just the idea that nothing, and for lack of a better term, sets or goes below. You know what I'm saying, bro.
So you're saying nothing set?
Nothing setting. Therefore.
I don't know about that
That's
one.
That's right.
It might,
Oh, come on.
that's a step too far.
Celestial bodies just rotate, bro. They just rotate.
I understand, but in our plane in our planar existence, okay, it's almost like we're in a slice, and there is nothing to the right or the left, or at least we can't fathom it. Or,
huh?
I mean,
I got something to the left and to the right of me all the time.
Dude, you know what I'm saying, all right? This is not an easy thing really to say. It's a strange, bizarre concept. Like,
This is the issue you're having. Number one, when QE said nothing sets on a flat Earth or a globe, because things appear to do that because of perspective. Now, when you said, as far as the most distant star is, we don't know the distances to the stars or have the distances to the stars. For you to say that a star should be setting on a plane, like you don't have any basis to say that, especially the distances to stars. We don't know how distant they are.
Fair enough. Okay.
Just because something doesn't appear to disappear, aka set or what have you, doesn't mean that we live on an infinite plane. You can't make that logical step.
Well, it goes both ways, though.
Well, goes both ways. What?
What do you mean that you can't say we don't?
You can't what? What did you say?
I mean,
you can't
well, you
say
can't say
we
that
don't.
it doesn't extend.
I can't
Hold on, it
prove.
doesn't extend.
Oh no, you hold on.
Infinitely.
You're asking me to prove or disprove an argument from ignorance.
This isn't necessarily ignorance, man.
It's not an infinite. It necessarily is, and it's not an infinite plane. I already told you that infinity doesn't exist in reality or in mathematics. So that's off the table right now. Unless you could prove infinity. I guess you can't. Follow?
I was just thinking about it. It's just quite the thought, to be quite honest.
I'm following you. You sound like you're new to flat Earth, so I don't want to come down on you too hard.
I'm not new. It's just still an idea. Like there was something lingering in me that like things were actually still like lingering in me. That there was somehow this thing that encompassed us 360 degrees.
Yeah, it's a container.
Spherically, like.
Yeah, a container encompasses you 360 degrees. Most definitely. Follow?
To add to that, it doesn't have to be a dome. So I guess anyone would think that, well, if we live in a dome-contained system, then the stars on a plane would eventually intersect the horizon, which we don't see that. So, but the thing is, it doesn't have to be a dome. That's the problem.
That's
you
the
don't know what
thing.
we don't know what the shape of the sky is. We don't know what's going on there, other than the fact that we can use them in celestial navigation.
Who said dome?
Me.
So you introduced the problem. That's why it's not a problem.
Mm.
So do you understand that we're contained?
It's not a problem.
Do you understand?
It's just a
hold on a second.
really.
Wait a second. Hold on. Do you understand my last statement? That we're contained 360 degrees.
Yeah. Gas pressure. I get it.
Yep. There you go. You're good.
Yeah.
Anything else? No pressure.
Hey, QE, I had a question about the model.
What model?
So I think that's my question. Like, you say that no one has a model, right?
Correct.
There's no globe Earth model. Do you mean that in a scientific term?
Yes. What's a scientific model?
Something like an atom, right?
No, an atom is not a model. What is a scientific model? Don't give me an example. I want to know what one is first. Then you can provide an example.
Well, I was
It's quite
thinking that it's kind of a category error, wouldn't it be? Since we're talking about geometry.
It would be a category error. It's also a non sequitur because you have to define what a scientific model is first and then provide an example. I mean, that would make sense. Not you. I'm talking about you, the general you. If you invoke a model, then, and I say model, well, what's a model? So they would have to define what that model is. And it should be a scientific model. So they have to define that and then provide an example. And the example should match the definition, correct? Follow logically?
If they're providing scientific evidence, right?
It sounds pedantic, but it's actually not. It's an assessment, correct? So if somebody says model, then that that invokes a certain thought in people's minds, correct?
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So if you're going to stay, if you have a claim, um, then each, I don't want to say every word, is, are, and not those words, but the specific subject or the principles have to be defined, right? So we can communicate with each other. Because if you think a model is one thing and I think a model is another thing, and you keep going on in your discussion about the attributes of this model without defining it, and I'm sitting here, I don't know what this guy's talking about because I got a certain idea what a model is, and so do you. So we have to reconcile and define our terms, just like Socrates said, right? The Socratic method. That's how we communicate. Without it, you can't communicate effectively. Sometimes you can't communicate at all. And then people
I
get
see
frustrated, right?
Right, and they use that word and they invoke the scientific method and when they're using the word models and their reifications.
No.
That what
No. That was a
No. They don't. Oh, you're back? There you go.
Well,
take over.
I just wanted to point out that Q was using a little bit of linguistic, I think of the right word. He's taken it to the point quickly. They say model. He's saying what they should be talking about if you were to take it to the point where you agree on what you mean by model. Then what you would be and should be talking about is a scientific model. What QE did was when you said model, he just immediately invoked what it should be, a scientific model, just by saying it. Now, he can do that because he knows where it should go at the end of them and you defining what they mean by model. And if they're going to imply some validity to the nature of Earth, then it's going to be based on science, ergo scientific model. But he inserted that very intentionally when he changed just model to scientific model, didn't he? And then explain why he did that after the fact. My concern is that it was just subtle. It went from model to, no, we're going to be talking about a scientific model. QE didn't just say, well, we are going to be. He just said scientific model. He recontextualized it intentionally to be where it should be from the off.
Okay, because when I hear model, I'm thinking like car model, like something that is scaled down.
Well, they haven't got one of them either. You think they've got a
That's true.
scaled down ball with gravity and sky vacuums?
No, that's what I thought I thought you were asking. It was like, okay, can you make it, like a 1/100th size of your scientific, water sticking to the edge of a sphere type.
Well, even geographically, they don't have a 1-to-1 using a ball.
In other words, model is a kind of, it's like a greased chicken, right? Especially when they model, because most of them don't know what that is. They just heard through the years that flat earthers don't have a model, so they just regurgitate that. Where's your model? Well, in actuality, if they did any research from Stanford, models in science, yeah, that's a belly laugher. Here's their list: probing models, phenomenological models, computational models, developmental models, explanatory models, impoverished models, testing models, idealized models, theoretical models, scale models, heuristic models, caricature models, didactic models, fantasy models, toy models, imaginary models, mathematical models, substitute models, iconic models, formal models, analog models, and instrumental models. That's the list of them.
They missed runway models.
That's not science.
Fashion is a science.
I'll have you know, mister. They also state models play an important role in science. But despite the fact that they have generated considerable interest among philosophers, there remain significant lacunas in our understanding of what models are and how they work. You know what lacunas are?
Like a giant, massive crevice of emptiness.
Yep.
I only know that because I heard the word last time you used it and went, what does that mean? And you told me.
Well, isn't that because the model can never be the thing it was modeled after?
Yeah. Damn. Welcome back. How's it going, brother?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Good. How's work?
Painful.
Isn't it always
painful because you're not with your family, are you?
Well, I'm getting a break from 6 kids. That part's the good part. The hard part is the work.
Well, it's good to have you back.
Is it refracted?
Yes.
Oh boy. Here goes the Nathan and Refracted show again.
Oh, here we go.
Did somebody say elevation?
Good to hear you, John.
Oh, that reminds me, John. Simon Dan made a video about the show, specifically about using seismology to prove Earth's a sphere.
He did not.
He did, kid you not.
Well, we take these planar measurements and then we calculate it as if it were a sphere, and then we can tell what's in the inside of the sphere that we calculated from a flat plane.
We've never gone through it with Adam and QE, right? Because they were always here after the pre-show, and it was typically you and Tenth and myself that would discuss that, and Neil. And it came up, we were covering it, responding to Simon Dan's video. Now, to my memory, we've never actually done any sort of document digging or anything of that nature when it's come to seismology. We've just outlined the facts and moved on pretty quickly. But when it came up, both QE and Adam were like, well, I don't know, I haven't even looked into this. So I'm like, oh, crap. So I, on the spot site, digging out as many documents as I could to funnel to Adam while he was covering it with QE. And off the back of it, he went through it on one of the videos. So it ended up being about an hour-long live response, although it was pre-recorded as live, if you will. Response with him going through the documents and showing us how it works. And the thing that he landed on that was most pertinent was, well, what with seismology they're actually measuring? Well, they're measuring this device that moves in a horizontal plane back and forth. That's what they're actually measuring. What's the device that they use for seismology? Oh, this device that measures horizontally. That's all they've got to go on.
It uses a horizontal plane. Seismograph utilizes the Earth as a horizontal plane to get incident angles of return.
Exactly.
So it's.
But then, again, in the documents, it shows how you can then plot that onto the grid system that is spherical. And then when you do it, those return angle signals turn into curves that go through a spherical surface based on the ground positions plotted spherically. And then that's where they get their diagrams from. Now, although I could obviously, in the document, see those diagrams and see all the flat plane references on 2-axis graphs, right? Adam was the first to actually connect it for me. He's like, well, why do they have these seismology diagrams as claimed to be globe proofsies? Well, it is as simple as taking the measurements with respect to a flat plane, as we have detailed in many pre-shows, but then taking, as they've done with the globe projections, those coordinates, plotting them onto a spherical surface, and then plotting back those lines that are straight, and what happens to them? They all curve. So that's where they get their diagrams from. Seems obvious now Adam's explained it.
Yeah, Adam's pretty good at that explaining stuff. I'm not.
Yeah, you got 3 hours to waste.
No, on the contrary, the fact that you had explained it sufficiently over those pre-shows for me to know roughly where to look for, what words to use in the search engine to find what I needed to hand off to Adam, so that at a cursory glance, he could surmise what I wanted him to. Mainly for credibility, he's a mathematician, right? I could have attempted to do a similar job prior to Adam doing it by funneling him that data. But it's only when someone like Adam goes to the nitty-gritty of it. I'd scan my way through it 2 or 3 times on the fly. But it was, like I say, Adam that went, well, here you go. It's showing you in the description and what they actually measure what is required. Well, it's required to have horizontal in the measurement itself before you start drawing out these lines, these return signals. And he explained, how the data is a wavy line. When you've got the horizontal data going back and forth, that represents in like a line that comes out as a wave, but the wave itself is straight. So he even clarified how, that data would be transmitting and returning to then plot out on a spherical surface after the fact and curve all those lines that inherently are straight, etc., etc.
He's not a mathematician, by the way.
By comparison to me,
He's a chemist.
He's degreed in pharmacology. Now, do they use math in pharmacology? Yeah. They use math in a lot of disciplines, but as a matter of fact, he is not a mathematician by title.
No, you're right.
Just a small correction, so people aren't confused. He's very good at mathematics, no doubt about that.
Well, the other way I could phrase it was really only to my detriment. If I said, well, I handed it off to maths man Adam because he can do the maths that I can't. That's the reality.
You're saying it sounds better.
To say, oh, well, I passed it off to somebody above my pay grade. He's a mathematician. Well, obviously that sounds better until you come along and say, ipso facto, he is not a mathematician. No, he's not, is he?
It's not ipso facto either. It didn't have ipso facto. You use that out of context.
Well, no, because it isn't ipso facto. Quite the contrary. He isn't ipso facto a mathematician. That's why I said it. In context, I'm saying I've stated it like ipso facto he is. But ipso facto he isn't.
Oh, he would ipso facto, if he understood the topic, be a mathematician. But he's not a mathematician, therefore it wasn't ipso facto. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Jesus.
I prefer we focus on this rather than my incorrect ascribing of a credit beyond his dues.
Yeah. Just messing with you. Something to do. Good to be technically correct, though.
Yeah, I'd hate Adam to be suddenly chastised for not being a mathematician when he enjoys maths and is very good at it, generally speaking, as a lowly pharmacologist.
Not lowly. I mean, you got to have some serious education to be in pharmacology.
But he's also basically just a witch doctor.
Yeah, he's a sorcerer, yes.
Yeah, he makes potions. That's basically the devil.
Well, we all have our failings.
That guy we responded to today said that they belong, that it's of the devil or something like that. He said it right at the end.
Did he?
Yeah. He said, this is of the devil. I can't remember exactly what he said, but something like that.
What, the moron earlier?
Yeah. Flat Earth is of the devil, he said. Now, I used it with every bit of disdain I could muster for the astronaut lying sods that they are. What did you see from space? What could you say about Earth that you saw from space? It's round. Down the barrel of the lens. Liar. Right? Me, I say, yeah, you devil's waiting for you. I've got a justification for saying that. This guy just said they're all nuts. They're of the devil. Like, no justification. Not because of the overt lies about a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. Not about drunk old Uncle Buzz who's now losing his shit over this. No. Just because he can't cope, we should be put in jail, locked up in the madhouse, and are of the devil. Outrageous, right?
Really unbelievable.
Plug my show today.
No, sorry.
So you just plug shows that aren't showing.
I just plug shows when they're not really on, and then ask you for thanks.
Just don't have the time.
I don't have the time.
Sorry.
It was. We were pushed for time, QE. It's true. Oh, I'm sorry, I do keep forgetting. QE's pointing out that the other day I did a plug for a show, and I was like, tune into QE tonight about 8 o'clock or maybe 7 o'clock. I'm not sure the exact time of this show that doesn't exist.
Just all random, like, doesn't QE have a show today? It's a Friday. I never have shows on Fridays, unless, I mean, for the past 5 or 6 years, unless it's, a one-off type of thing or a treatment, a special show, but never QE live on a Friday. They're always on Tuesdays, right, Neil? My word.
On Tuesday, so I should really have plugged it today then. You should have said something.
I didn't think it was that important. I'm just razzing you.
Yeah, it's highly important. Most important thing is to really plug your show above all others.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, of course. You're one of the panel.
We don't mention the day of the week, do we?
Yeah, maybe that's what's to blame. Doesn't matter. You should still plug QE show. If we can go to the end of to the degree of plugging our opponent's show and putting links, the least I can do is plug our own, right?
You'd think.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I'll take it on my. I agree.
Well, to be fair, I don't plug your shows because, like, they're on every day. I figure everyone already knows.
Yeah, but you do. So I was in the show that you did do, whatever day that you did it last, and that was on a Sunday, wasn't it?
Yes. Treatment.
Yeah. So that treatment, I was in the happened to be in the live stream early, and really wanted to get traction on the one video where they're all admitting they measure Earth flat, and you went, "Oh yeah, I can't watch it now," and you pinned it and shouted it out. So you definitely do.
No, that one specific time, that was Sunday, but usually, during day-to-day business, I usually don't.
No, because the Daily Show is the Daily Show, and you will mention stuff that goes on Flat Earth debate. So although it's not directly plugging me, it would be out of place for you to say, and also yes, because I've just happened to mention the Flat Earth debate show and a discussion that took place on it. Be sure to subscribe for daily debate. That's ironically or sarcastically why I join when that happens. And when there's a gap, I'll say subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and Nathan Oakley respectively. That's why I do that, because there is no nice uncringe place to put that in. Whereas if I come in and do it in what would have been a cringe place for you to do it, it gets a laugh. And also plugs my channel.
Thanks for explaining it. I was lost.
Just as a slight change of subject, has there been any progress in getting Nathan out there for his book?
Well, the book's
A lot
nearly
of book
finished.
progress, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. Answer,
I was going to
Nathan.
say I've gathered up a few people that will promote the book once it's out, but it's on hiatus for at least a week or two because everyone's on holiday. But in terms of the book itself, that's now been completely rewritten. I say completely rewritten. It's been rewritten to the standard that everyone's happy with, which is good, me included. Now it just needs the whatever you'd call it after that, when you go and put all the crossing of T's and dotting of I's and commas in the right place, and maybe lose the odd sentence that you don't like after doing it the first time. It just needs going through from start to finish, checking over, proofreading, that's the right word. So it just needs that. Now it's all been redone, because I'm pretty sure we're actually finished, aren't we, QE? We made sure to
we still got a little bit to go, and then we'll go back for the second edit.
I thought we'd finished, but we just needed to reorder like section 5 to be section 1 or something like that.
Yeah, we still have just a little bit to go, but it's almost there. It's almost before the second edit.
Yeah, nearly. And then once that's done in a couple of weeks, that'll probably take a week or 10 days if we were doing it daily, which we probably won't. So hopefully by September they'll come out, and then as we're getting close to the end, I'll start getting in touch with a few more people to see if I can get out on the circuit and promote it. So yeah, things are moving along nicely. The book has gone up in standards like at least 2 notches. So it's gone from being a pretty good book that I was reasonably happy with putting out, and would be happy if it was out now. But after everyone read it, they're like, well, this was clearly written in a time before Front Foot Forward, We Measure a Flat Earth was even being discussed, and it needs to be the most important thing in it. So what could have potentially been a second book about 2024 onwards ended up becoming incorporated into the formerly known as Housekeeping book. So now it's had its title changed to All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth. The context of the book has subtly altered from just describing housekeeping questions and the progression of flat Earth debate to describing how the conclusion of the overall debate has been made in 2024, and here are the questions that got us there and how important they are to that position that we now take. So it's had to have a fundamental rewrite from almost start to finish. Well, yeah, no, not even almost, from start to finish, which took a long time. But it's, like I say, we're, according to QE's last statement, we're 95% done that, and then it's proofreading, maybe putting it out to a few people to double and triple check that proofreading, and then it'll get published. It's become more of a reference book, yeah? So where previously I'd explain something and then maybe later in the text I've gone on to explain something else and it's got a citation at the back of the book or a reference at the back of the book, now everything that's in there is backed and cited and referenced with higher quality references than I'd previously got from Wiki and various places. Now the citation quality's gone up considerably, and there's much more citations in the book for the points that are being made, so it's becoming more, or it has become more of a reference book. Which is
well,
good.
Then it wouldn't. What section are you going to publish it under then, since everything in it is backed up by citation and demonstration?
Hello, Fix. You're causing audio chaos, mate. Did you want to add something? Phil.
Oh, was that me you're saying? Hold on.
Yeah, you're off mute, causing a bit of audio chaos.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah, John, sorry.
I was just saying, what genre will it be published in now, since everything in it is cited? It's just, you're going to publish it as a reference book?
No, well, like the shows, educational is how I would term it, unless somebody challenges that and says, no, it needs to be in, I don't know.
Give us some choices of the sections available. Not put it in truth section.
Yeah, such a section doesn't exist, though. I don't. It would have to be nonfiction. Sounds like reference, the way you described it.
Yeah, I've got no issue with that.
Under romance.
Well, it's not a fiction book. It can't go under romance.
So there's definitely going to be censorship on that too, no doubt about it.
On this book? Nah.
You don't think so?
Nah. It'll go out. It'll be on Amazon. You'll be able to download it if you know how to get to it. If I can do a good job of publicising it, then
well, I'll definitely buy it.
It's just a book. Not the satanic
I guess
verses.
there's a lot of topics out there that are in book form. Yeah, you're probably right.
If it has enough good reviews, it will just boost its way for the algorithm, wherever it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to get written first.
I don't know if a genre exists, though, is what I was trying to get at for this, because it is so against the narrative of secular society and the ones that established the system of classification. I don't think they can. I don't know if they'll know what to do with it.
Who's they?
Amazon.
Anybody who's a heliocentrist trying to classify what the book is.
The thing is, I would imagine that Amazon have got flat Earth sections, as in, here's your flat Earth section with flat Earth books in them. So, I'm not too concerned about how it get categorized, to be honest. It is what it is.
Most of those are in the religious section. You'll notice that they're usually put under religion, but they can't do that to you because You got demonstration for everything and citation.
Exactly.
Well, you're gonna have to give us some choices here. So I looked up the choices: different types of books, science fiction, literary fiction, historical fiction, adventure fiction, memoir, women's fiction, fairy tale, short story, fantasy, romance novel, horror, young adult, biography, alphabet book, LGBTQ. Isn't that part of the alphabet? I digress. Contemporary literature, mystery, thriller, graphic novel, history, classics, dystopian, magical realism, and cookbook.
History. That's the only one that it fits in. But it's not. It does describe a lot of history, though. The expansion of the known territories, elevation, angle measurement, acquisition, cartography. These are all historic. But none of those categories are very good.
Do you see my point? Is it not having a genre, really?
Well, non-fiction isn't really a section, is it? It's half the library.
Right. So it's that's not a genre. That's just a description of whether it's based on facts or not. So it's. I think I would love to see them rack their noggin on trying to categorize it.
Definitely can't put it in religion. There's literally no religion in it. Detailing how Copernicus and Kepler and Huygens and Einstein have created a world isn't religion.
What about self-help?
Say not by itself.
No, but it's self-help.
One more time. Oh, self-help.
Nice touch. I like it.
Well, I've just typed flat Earth books into Amazon search, and I'm getting a range of them, and including Eric Dubay's audio book, and none of them are including a genre. They're just all up there out in the open.
It's just under flat Earth. That's what I thought. Type in flat Earth, and they all come up under a section. Fine by me. So I'll be shoulder to shoulder with Eric Dubay. Slash.
Well, it's gonna be a hell of a Christmas present. I can tell you that.
I wasn't saying that it was your problem to classify it. I'm not saying that. You can sell the book without inventing a classification. I was just wondering what someone who is a heliocentrist and they try to classify it. I was just pointing out that they're going to have trouble with it.
Yeah, it's going to be under heliocentrism. It's going to be their huckleberry. That's the genre.
Yeah, they'll have to invent a new one.
The huckleberry.
Wouldn't it be geography?
Non-fiction.
Non-fiction geography.
Well, ice covered geography, as the guy said last week.
Isn't that the closest category? If you think of classes in school, which would we be in? Would we be in science? Not really. Although we do have to explain what it is because sometimes people try and put it into this classroom. So you need to know what it isn't. But that wouldn't make you under the banner of science.
Geography?
I would say geography.
Geography or what do you call cartography?
Yeah, cartography, geography.
It wouldn't be geography, no.
Cartography?
It's maybe some parts of it.
In part, as I said it earlier, I'm glad there's been some distance now. Our religion. When I was like, Einstein's not religion. As I was saying it, I was thinking, we are detailing aspects of a religion. But as you said, with their huckleberry in that regard, aren't we? So you can't categorize it as the religion you're... It's like somebody who's undoing Scientology and explaining all the flaws being put in a religious section of the library. You're like, what? Just because Scientology is in religion doesn't mean my debunking book about it goes in religion.
I might be incorrect. Let me take that back. Geography, the study of the physical features of the Earth and its atmosphere. That's a paradox. And of human activity as it affects and it is affected by these, including the distribution of populations and resources, land use, and industry. So that part might not be off. So let's see if I can get another one. Hold on.
But that's the closest so far, wouldn't you agree? Geography.
With the first part of that definition, that's the closest so far. Yeah.
Yeah, not the population distribution and industry and stuff like that. No, but the land and how it relates to what we use it for. Sometimes we discuss that too. Only recently, the expansion of the known territories, the mining of the known territories, the colonization of the new territories, which we know as new worlds. So in that respect, we do actually conform to all of the descriptions in that. I would say we are covering geography. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, then you got National Geographic. They define geography as the study of places and the relationship between people and their environment.
That's what we do.
It is historical. Been around forever.
But there's a historical aspect to it, yes. But if we were in a geography class, there'd also be a historical aspect to some of the things that you were detailed in terms of when they were developed, how they were developed, who they were developed by. That's historic. But what they're being used for, how they're being used, and what they are is the overarching subject. To me, that seems like we're covering geography.
Geography from Merriam-Webster, a science that deals with the description, distribution, and interaction of the diverse physical, biological, and cultural features of the Earth's surface.
Oh, well, now I know what to say when someone says, oh, you got a YouTube channel, what's your cover? Geography.
That's a nice touch to put the Earth's surface on there, Mariam. You're usually a dumpster fire. Not too bad. It's a little bit broad. Well, why should we categorize it anyway? Who brought this subject up?
Refracted curvature.
I wasn't saying, no, that wasn't my point. It was not for us to categorize
Yeah,
it.
I know.
I was pointing out. Oh, sorry.
I know.
Yeah, we took it there. Now we're blaming you.
No, we know. We heard you the first two times. We got you. Yeah, what are they going to classify it as? I don't know if it needs a classification. Does it? I don't know. I never published a book.
Do they have a super awesome category? I'm not sure they do.
It's going to be a bestseller, that category.
I really want one of the versions to be.
Section.
I want one of the versions to cost $39.59.
Somebody wrote that to me. Who was it? Virgo Greg. He sent a message to me. He goes, I suggest you charge $39.59.
That's got to be a thing.
For a signed copy.
Oh. Are you going to get my signature?
I don't know about the signed copy thing.
You can print it. You can
just the
print it
logistics
online
of getting
and then
it.
send it to Nathan.
Well, maybe. If someone did that, I'd happily sign something that I sent. No worries. All that does mean giving out my address.
Okay. You didn't hear what I said. I said, how are you going to get my signature?
You can write it out and then email it across to Nathan.
No. Just listen to what he said. Right? You said, how can I get a signed copy of this book? Whose book? My book. What did QE say? How are you going to get my signature? Says QE. Cheeky bastard.
Well, we want everyone who contributed to it.
No, it's just mine. Right? There's going to be a signature on it. It's mine. No, QE and everyone else, including Adam and Brian, more specifically than anyone else. And to be fair to him, Neil was there to offer his input whenever needed. So those four have contributed a huge chunk, while me sitting there tearing my hair out, getting very stressed and potentially losing them all as friends as I tell them off and get angry with them. It's been an ordeal. It's been a lot of lost sleep. Anyway, they have worked really hard, which is why QE's totally justified and can get away with making that joke. He's like, yeah, I've put a lot of pen to paper on this. He has. I'm not going to lie. And there's going to be aspects of it that have literally got quote marks around him, like QE's quotes. So he's put it in the book, and I've gone, look, you've written this bit, But with that quote in there, without quote marks around it, it might as well just be your book. So because it's literally your words verbatim, let's put quote marks around it so it still remains my book.
I think you should push to get it put in the geographical section.
Oh, brother, you're still stuck there. We gone past that, John.
No, don't, because that would be a kick in the teeth for every heliocentrist to have to pass by that in a reference section.
I like it. I really do. It needs to be categorized as geography. So therefore it should be put on the front cover for the geography section.
Yeah, but people don't usually walk in. Do they still walk in bookstores and stuff? I thought that was...
Yeah, I was in the library today.
Were you?
Yeah.
Huh.
This drive is going to kill me.
People not spend time in libraries anymore.
I do.
I hate libraries. I never liked them.
Oh, okay. I was raised with libraries, so my dad always used to constantly take us back and forth to the library to return our books and moan at us for having late fees for books we hadn't quite finished.
Late fees.
Yeah, late fees. Yeah. Well, so that just
Late
became a
fees.
habit, and now I do that with my kids. So today, I dropped the eldest off, and I normally don't take the youngest with me, but she's getting a bit older now, and I can actually do things with her. So after I dropped her off, I was like, well, we're in this nice, really historic town, beautiful little town, Hampton Magna. And I was like, let's have a wander around. So we had a wander around, found a couple of museums, and then we found a really old library, and it was open. And I was like, great, let's go in and read a couple of books then. So I took my youngest daughter in, we read a couple of books, and then halfway through while I'm reading the books, a load of little babies came in and started singing in the middle of the library. I'm like, excuse me. And I'm thinking, I've done this. I've been in libraries with my little babies doing the same thing, but when it's someone else doing it and you're trying to read a book, very annoying. So we moved positions and me and my youngest daughter carried on reading, and that was it. That was our morning.
Dad of the year.
Hardly. I thought everybody took their kids to libraries. When I'm in a library, all I see is other parents with their kids. So I just think I think it's common, but obviously they're just library parents, maybe. I don't know. Everyone hates libraries, so I'm hearing.
I don't think I ever took my kids to the library and read them a book. I don't think that ever happened.
You're joking? I can't quite believe my ears. Really?
No, I'm not joking. No, not at all. I'm serious as a heart attack.
But that's something we do literally every week at the minimum, probably twice or 3 times a week.
You read it to them?
Read it to them. Yeah, I want them to be able to read. My eldest daughter's really keen on books because she's been read to her.
Right?
Again,
I guess I'm more of a non-standard dad.
How else do you teach them to? Am I
to?
missing something? How else do you teach your kids to read?
But usually it's done in your own house and at the library when you're reading to them out loud. Is that like done in the corner there, or what do you just in the middle of the ground reading out loud to your kids?
In a quiet corner. I appreciate the libraries tend to be quiet and they don't like you reading out to your small child out loud. But yeah, I absolutely will. But we'll try and be, away from everybody else. We won't be in the reference section. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's normally little kiddies tables and you can sit and read, and they put you in the furthest corner of the library, and it was the case today. So when we started reading, there was no one in there, and we were quietly reading. I was reading a book to my daughter, and then, like I say, all these babies suddenly stroll in, and they're singing their heads off with their mothers, wind the bobbin in, and you're like, suddenly you know how irritating it is for everyone else who's presumably been listening to me whispering to my daughter, going, bloody irritating. Take the book out. That's the point of the library.
It was a source of pride for my kids to get their library card. It's like a rite of learning to read, because as soon as they're capable of reading, I get them a library card.
Reading is fundamental.
Yeah.
Remember that commercial?
Oh, I thought you were just saying it.
No, that used to come on with the conjunction, junction. What's your function?
No, we didn't get that out of it.
Personally,
Sorry.
Nathan, I think libraries underappreciate their place in society. They don't, from my personal experience, the majority of libraries, they don't make it a pleasant place to be, a pleasant experience. They don't use antibacterial wipes and spray on the tables. They don't use flowers. They don't use air conditioning. It's always muggy in there, smells bad, and it's like this is it's a place
Listen,
of
they don't
history.
have
Look,
they don't have air flowing anywhere anymore.
And
They
this and
stopped air.
the pretentious air of poshness always disgusted me.
I always remember when I was in my teenage years in high school, when you needed something of any significance, you had to go to the reference library, which wasn't your library. It was the library in the big city. And you have to go in and you have to go to the person at the desk and they'd have to go and get you a big reference book. And sometimes they were fussy about you taking it away and you had to photocopy it or various other things. But that was a big ordeal. So for me, it was going to Birmingham Town Centre and going to the reference library to get something specific because it's a much bigger library with loads of reference books. But it was a big deal. I mean, now I'm pretty sure as long as you've got a bit of cash, you could get almost anything you wanted just by typing it into Google and spending 10 minutes searching for it. But back in the day, the fact that you had the librarian there in the reference library was amazing because you could ask her for something specific and they'd know, they'd find it. You know, they were very, very skilled people and they could find their way to something that you didn't really know what you wanted and they could take you to it and give you choices. You're like, wow, cool. Try that now with Google. It tries to direct you to whatever the propaganda is. So to me, the current state of affairs in terms of information acquisition seems convenient by comparison to a reference library. But in terms of the actual quality of the information you got out of the library, especially for me, the one in Birmingham Town Centre, was second to none. Why? Well, because you had every book available. Well, maybe not, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. And a librarian to find it for you. Especially if you didn't know what you were looking for. You only got a vague idea. Like I say, try that in Google. See how you get on.
The only time we went to the library is we had to do a book report and we needed to find something in an encyclopedia. Nobody had encyclopedias in Brooklyn. You had to go to the library.
well, I personally, Nathan, I'd say that booksellers are a bit better than that because they're reliant on a sale, whereas the library is government funded, so they don't care if you get your book or not.
I don't know. I always found Birmingham Reference Library excellent. No gripes.
I ripped the pages out of many encyclopedias there.
You could get things fixed. I don't know, not me. This wasn't me going and getting stuff, but you could go to the reference library and get a Haynes manual, like for your specific car in your model year. You go to the reference library and you have schematics or whatever they call them, the whole exploded view with a mechanics list of how to fix something. You just take it out. Off you go. Fix your car and give it back. Imagine that today.
Whatever I needed, I ripped the pages out. Took it home.
You disgust me. You did what?
So the feeling of getting directed by
if somebody else needed that, they'd have come to me.
Hold on, Neil. Go ahead, Phil.
I was saying the feeling of getting directed by this algorithm to information, it really does fucking kill you to some extent. Like, it just feels so shitty. I know your pain.
Stop swearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Yeah, there's an illusion that you're being led to good information because you're the one who's typed the search in. And nothing can be further from the truth. It's getting worse as well since they introduced AI. I was like, this seems inconsequential. They've labelled everything AI and nothing in computer tech has changed. Literally nothing. In terms of hardware and software and programming, nothing's changed. All this garbage about AI. You're like, okay, fair enough. You've written some processes that need a certain type of hardware, in this case GPUs, to make it run more efficiently. So slap AI on everything. What really changes? Well, our search gets worse. That's really what happens. Our search facilities get worse, and we get these little AI assistants. That's about it.
It's fucking crazy. I'm sorry.
Please stop
crazy,
swearing.
really.
Nathan, I don't know what you were talking about because I'm driving in New York. I got my family with me. But you must have been saying something to irritate my middle guy, because I hear him in the back saying, "What is he saying? The maps are flat. What? We have no maps. I see the ISS. I look at it all the time in the sky."
I love it.
Yeah,
Someone hears flat maps and immediately goes to a non sequitur of the ISS. Yeah, because that's related.
Right.
Yeah, he was going all over the place.
The ISS maintains an elevation of like 122 miles above the surface of Earth.
Yeah, I was trying to tell him that. I said, "Why don't you just listen to what he's saying instead of getting all upset?" What about satellites? Oh, you mentioned something about satellites. That's what triggered him.
I said they're debunked because they take place in orbital motion derived from flat Earth measurements in a sky vacuum.
That was it.
That can't exist because it's the second law of thermodynamics violation. That one should be front and center.
I told him that, and he said, "Well, they seem to be violating natural law then because they're up there."
Yeah. And he needs to be institutionalized.
Yeah, for the guy that we were doing the video response to, see that? That's somebody saying something that is nutty, insane, and makes no sense, followed by needs to be institutionalized. Yeah? Not, I can't stand the sound of this stuff that I haven't got a clue about, therefore they all need to be locked in the nut house.
Yeah, and he shouldn't be saying they're up there either, Neil. Up is relative to a horizontal plane. Not okay.
Yep. Yep.
Are you saying this happened in the past, or are you doing it? Were you doing it now? What are you doing in New York?
No, I'm right now. I'm in North Carolina. I'm driving to New York to do some work, and gotta get a couple other things done. So, Nathan, you know what this is going to do? This is going to take the ride. A 16-hour ride is going to turn into a 29-hour ride with bathroom stops. I am now sitting still, waiting for them to get food.
I hated that.
Is it raining?
And what Neil's trying to point out, I immediately know what he's talking about. He's saying, if you're traveling somewhere, what makes a bigger difference? Going faster or just not stopping? Not stopping is the thing that gets you there quicker. So the moment you pull over, especially on a motorway or freeway, as you guys call it, when you guys pull into what we call a service station or truck stop for you guys, right? The idea is the passenger says, "I'll only be 5 minutes." Now, in their mind, pulling off the Slit road, the clock starts from the moment you indicate off the freeway. From the point that you get off the freeway to the point that you park could take 5 minutes. Then you've got to depart the car, couple more minutes, walk to the service station toilet, couple more minutes. Before you know it, what they in their mind think is going to save you, add 5 minutes onto the journey, minimum has added half an hour. Minimum. Never changes. Easily. People just don't get it. So it's like, no, what we need to do is to keep going at all costs, right? Doesn't even have to be fast. 55 the whole time, as long as you don't stop. But people don't get it. They want to stop 3 times. And you're like, yeah, why do you think this 2-hour journey took 4 hours?
My dad used to throw the bottle at us. You know, he'd throw a Mountain Dew bottle at us and say, "Use that." And he wasn't pulling up it.
Where at North Carolina are you? You better be on the west side, the west side of Debbie.
Yeah, because my son's been telling me about a hurricane he's tracking.
Where are you at?
I'm trying to look on the map now.
Is it raining where you're at?
No, it's not raining.
Then you must be towards the Tennessee side, up towards Charlotte and Greensboro.
Actually, I think I'm in South Carolina.
Oh,
yeah, we're in South Carolina. We just got out of Georgia, so we're in South Carolina.
You don't know what state you're in?
I'm half asleep during this journey. I don't even know how I got this far.
Safe travel.
You better be up you have to be up in the northwest corner of South Kakalaki, because you'd be getting hammered now with rain and wind. and scary
You're,
stuff.
you should
Well,
be
how
on
long-
77.
Wait a
Are you
second.
on
That's
77 heading to 81?
I was
You're
on
trying to get to
80
81, right?
I was on 85, so I just got off to go grab them something to eat. But that's in the Outer Banks. That's all by the water in North Carolina. That hurricane, right?
Yes.
I won't be going through that way.
It won't be going through it. You're in it. You're either northwest of it or you're in it.
So you're saying all North Carolina is in torrential rain right now?
Except the northwest corner and central. It's pretty bad.
Hmm.
Unless it's lost some of its strength, it probably did. So, but if it ain't raining where you're at, did you just enter North Carolina, or you been in it for a little bit?
No, we just entered South Carolina about a half hour ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had me still in South Carolina or in North Carolina. Okay. Yeah. If you just entered it, you have to be in the northwest or north of northern South Kakalaki. That's where you have to be.
Yep. Let me see. Is the
On
map
85. On
it should
85,
tell
right?
me.
Shut
Yeah.
up. Yeah. If you're on 85, you're okay for right now. Let me see where this monkey's going. 1 second. You better
Real
start boot scooting there, friend.
QE,
Well,
real quick.
What you want?
The notion that space is, they're trying to, what, the idea is it's negative what? Something Tor. That's all completely made
-17
up.
Tor.
Yeah, okay. Negative 17 Tor.
Interstellar deep.
It completely made up.
Going to be one of these long, drawn out interruptions. Go ahead.
It's completely made up. Correct?
Well, it has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. So,
Yep.
in reality, okay. So, in reality, so are they giving, so it's made up, right? So, all we really have in reference is when they're talking about gas pressure, there is no anything else. There is no empty vacuum pressure where you can even make the measurement in contrast to. So it's just cooked right up. Like, I just hear it referenced a lot, and it's like just crazy.
Just the second law of thermodynamics violation. That's what it's just. If you're breathing right now, then there is no 10 to the negative 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vacuum. Period.
That's fine. But when we're talking about gas equalizing to the, whatever pressure can go to, we're really talking about within an actual pressurized system to begin with.
Yep.
Here.
Speaking of gas pressure, I don't like the way the CPAP suffocates me. I'm turning it back in.
CPAP. Well, why don't you lose some weight, you big dummy?
No. I'm only 168 pounds. Solid.
And why the hell are you on a CPAP?
They said anatomically, the constriction of my deep, my septum in my nose, and the throat pharyngeal, oral pharyngeal area is just a little bit narrower than it should be. So the slightest tilt back or laying the wrong way, it kind of cuts off the air supply a little bit. It makes me snore, but I don't have any They did the test. I had no significant sleep apnea, but they just gave me the option. They said, you made it right at the border to take it. You want to try it? I said, sure. And they gave me the first one that's like nasal cannula. I don't like it. I don't like the way the air, unless they can decrease the pressure of the air coming through the cannula, I don't want it because it makes me feel like you had your face out in the window driving 100 miles per hour and it was going and you're trying to breathe. It was like a suffocation feeling.
Well, just pick your buggers, you big dummy.
I know, right? I used to do that when I was younger, but now I just consider that just disgusting. For a grown man there. But duly noted. I know what you do. What did I miss today? What was the topic?
If we're talking about a gas pressurized system, and we're in a gas pressurized, so how do we know we're actually in a gas pressurized system if there's no idea of anything?
Because you're breathing.
No, I get it. Okay, we're breathing, but I'm saying like there's nothing to test it against in terms of like the opposite. So it's like we're in this.
No. Just let me just stop here a second. Let me just stop here. What you're trying to do is try and justify in your own mind why you need to explain the contrapositive of a failed claim. They have a positive assertion, and that's where your involvement ends. They have to prove their positive assertion. If it fails, that's it. There's no. Well, I need to contrast it with the area that they say should be there but isn't because I can disprove it. It's like, your responsibility ends when they fail to prove their positive claim of a sky vacuum. Their positive claim of a sky vacuum stands in violation of natural law. That's the end of the discussion.
You're right, absolutely. I'm just asking the question for myself, really. I mean, it has nothing to do with them. It's more for my own thoughts.
Yeah, if this guy was a vacuum, you would need two containers. One for the vacuum and one for the pressurized gas pressure.
You see, there it goes. That's an interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea.
So you a flatty, Phil? Where do you stand in all of this?
Who are you asking?
Just wonder where you stood.
Oh, me? I've always been with a flat plane. There's no doubt about it.
How long you been looking at it?
2016, 17, 18.
Oh, wow.
In there somewhere.
Quite a while.
Yeah.
Don't be smoking. Don't be smoking.
I've been watching.
You'd be better.
You're getting
Don't be
by
smoking.
QE. This is feel privileged.
Don't be smoking, Nathan.
Don't be what?
I heard you when you talked right there. I heard a little inhale.
That's called breathing. What are you talking about?
Fair enough. Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
Might have been a bit of
Just
acid
don't
reflux. Like,
Okay.
You
hold
and
on,
Devo,
just one second. I'm going to
multiple
control of a
nightmares.
panel, Phil. You do realise Phil was in the middle of telling us something?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Or maybe not.
Don't rush it. Don't rush into it now.
Who's speaking right now?
We're just asking you backstory. That was all, Phil.
Didn't someone else say something?
Yeah, you got rumpus by QE.
Okay. Where were we? We were at gas container. The idea. So we have nothing. So okay, this was just for our own thoughts. This has nothing to do with, these other assholes. Just like where we are. So really, in truth, there is no. There is no.
This is going to take about 45 minutes to get out, right?
Well, with you talking, it will. But there is no opposite. There is nothing to. The bottom line is we're in a container, and that's all there is. So we can't even suggest we're in a container because that's all there is.
Why can't we suggest that there is containment if that's all there is? That seems counterintuitive. Why can't we?
It's just okay. Why can't we? Is because there's no opposite to. There's no like controlling. You can't actually test it against any type of opposite. There's no controlling. There's no way to. You see what I'm saying? Since it doesn't exist. This idea of outside the container, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Like, why can't we call it a container?
Can I just guess where I think this is going? If I'm wrong, just stop me. Right.
It's not going anywhere.
There's a certain
curious.
Well, there's just a certain faction of thought that leaves flat earthers going, right, well, is there an assertion that there's a barrier because we must be under containment, and then something beyond that barrier that could be also described as the vacuum of space? It's just separated by containment. But you're saying, well, we don't have anything to contrast it with, but that outside the barrier vacuum that could still exist by argument from silence or ignorance could be what you're contrasting it with. Am I just way off the mark?
No. That's fine. That's fine.
Am I reading between the lines correctly?
Yeah, that's fine. I'd say that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine, but is that where you're going with this? Is that what you're suggesting, that there might be a barrier and therefore there could be a space beyond that?
Well, no, I'm actually suggesting that there isn't. If there's nothing to test it against, then calling it a container is kind of,
Okay. I mean,
we can't really.
But we take umbrage with
what I mean?
that too. So you saying there isn't something beyond the containment? Well, you don't know that either. You don't know there is. You don't know there isn't. The only thing we do know is that there must be containment because we are breathing gas pressure. That's all we can say for certain.
You kind of can. I mean, I don't know if you can, because that would still suggest that the opposite is out there.
No, it doesn't.
Kind of does, right? I mean, if you're saying one thing, go ahead.
Well, I've already tried to lead you there once, and you were like, "Yeah, that's fine," but you didn't carry on. So you're now saying it would lead you to the contrapositive that I tried to tie you down with, but you were like, "That's fine." Okay, well, I don't say that's fine. I say definitely not. But why would it lead you to assert that there's an opposite to containment with gas pressure that we definitely experience? Why would that lead to anything opposite of that?
No, I said there isn't. Therefore, we can't necessarily say we're being contained if there is nothing that's actually there.
Yeah, but we can, because we wouldn't have gas pressure to breathe if we didn't have containment. That's an antecedent-consequent relationship. But the antecedent-consequent relationship of containment and gas pressure doesn't lead to any contrapositive void that because we haven't got it, we can't suggest we would have containment. We can. We do. We must, because we're breathing gas pressure.
I guess what he's saying, if I can interject, what it is what we discussed with Neil and everything. Whether it's what it is, that's what it is. It's just humble ourselves and admit that we don't know what it is, but there is containment. What it is, what it's made of, whether it's dome shape, whether it's rectangular shape, whether it's diamond shape, who gives a crappy poo? What our perspective shows, there's containment. What it is and what it's made of, that's beyond our knowledge, and we need to humble ourselves as men and just sit down and shut the F up and stay in our lane about it. But the fact of the matter is, there is containment. And there is nothing beyond that containment because we would never reach there. Because once you try to breach it,
stop.
whether with a pen
I've
or with...
got to stop you, D. No, you don't know. If you can't even surmise what the containment that we must have is made of, I'll agree with you up to that point. When you say there's nothing beyond it, beyond what? How can you say there isn't anything beyond it if you don't know what it is? How can you say there's nothing beyond it? You can't say there is either, but you just don't know. Is the honest answer.
That's true, but I didn't mean to say that there is or there isn't. I'm just saying that we know that once you breach that containment, what happens? Entropy. All of the air goes. So there is containment. And what's beyond it is none of our business. Just breathe the air in, take a deep breath, and enjoy our inhabitants.
You've done it again. What's beyond it is none of our business. Now you're inferring that there is something potentially beyond it. No, you've got to stop just short of where you get to which is
I
that
got
there
you.
may or
I
may
got
not,
you.
or could or couldn't be, or is or isn't something beyond the containment. No. Whether or not the blue bit, the sky, is the containment, I don't know. What I do know is there must be containment, whatever that may be. Now, if it's beyond what my visible experience can tell me is a container, then I just have to accept that. I don't know. But if I don't know what's containing the gas, other than there must be something to contain it, I can't infer positively or negatively or any other way about what potentially could be beyond that which I don't know. So you're taking it that step further where you're like kind of implying that your suggestion is to say they can't say there's a sky vacuum beyond the high pressure gas. So there isn't that.
I got you.
I get that, but you didn't say that. Your inference is
I
there's...
get you now, because once you start doing that inference and you start sounding like those TikTok guys, as below, as above, there's water above there, and that's what it says in scripture, and there's water above, and yada yada yada, and it's not space. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Then you get into all that speculative assertions, which is an oxymoron.
So is it containers all the way up?
Like turtles?
Yeah. Because there's got to be something, unless it's all container, there's got to be something.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't
Outside?
ruin my point, Kiwi, you bastard. I can't believe you're doing this.
Outside of it?
Stop it.
Let me jump in really quick.
Right, look. There's a social pressure to give explanations when demanded of them. But when you're demanded to give an explanation for something like the container, well, what is the container? Yeah? Now, for a lot of society, they feel the urge to potentially offer up their speculation. Doesn't matter how crap it is, they'll offer their speculation if they don't have an answer. People don't want to just say, I don't know. There's some societal lack of humility that prevents people. And maybe that's good. Maybe the baptism of fire that is flat earth leaves you in a position where you are humbled. A bit like Matthias was saying about his passage in Revelations at the beginning of this show.
It's not Revelations, it's Revelation. Number one. Number two, the chairman of the server tried to stop you, interrupt you before you got going.
Who, Righteous?
Yep.
Oh.
What, to correct Revelation to Revelations?
I was just going to say really quick, I think maybe what he's saying is if there's no vacuum, there's no need of container. In fact, for a vacuum, you need a container. But if there's no vacuum, then maybe it's all just pressurized air, is what he's saying. Is that what he's saying, new guy?
Pretty much. I mean, you can go.
Yeah, but we're saying no, because there's an antecedent consequent relationship with pressure. To be breathing gas pressure, it must be under containment. We just don't know what it is.
Exactly. It just goes back full circle. Back to the
But at that point, you just have to have the humility to say, I don't know beyond that.
I know. I don't know.
Nathan?
I'm talking to D,
Don't I
not
always
you.
say that, Nathan?
Hold on, I just want to make it clear. I'm not asserting that to Phil. I'm asserting it to D.
Oh, okay.
Nathan, I'm the one that always says that. I'm the one that says
It's still
all these guys need to humiliate themselves and say, I don't know, and just shut up about it.
Hold on. Refracted's about to undermine all of this. Go ahead.
It is irrelevant to what the container is, to whether the container exists.
That's true. That's true, but he's out over his skis with this one. Unless he's saying the container, we got containers all the way up.
Phil, please mute when you're not talking. You're causing audio chaos. You go, Kiwi.
Yeah, I'm saying Nathan's a bit out over his skis when he's gone too far to say that, well, you can't say beyond the container. Well, if we can't say beyond the container, then it's ipso facto your position that it's containers all the way up.
No, that is not ipso facto my position. I do not know is my position.
Do not know what?
What the container is, therefore what could be beyond something I don't know.
Red herring fallacy. I didn't ask you what the container was. You said you gave the instructions that to D that you can't say beyond the container. Well, to say that exactly.
No,
to say that.
No, that's not what I said. I said you can't assert something positive, negative, or otherwise about what is beyond the container.
But there is beyond the container, right?
Yeah, maybe, but you can't make any positive or negative assertions about it.
I didn't say so. I didn't make any claims for that.
Right.
Exactly.
D did. Yeah, but D did. He said, well, there isn't, or there is something about beyond the container. And I'm like, no, that's where I've got to interject and take umbrage, because you just don't know. Now, that's not for me to say that it isn't or is anything, because I just don't know.
But there is beyond the container.
Maybe.
Well, what do you think maybe? What do you think maybe is? What maybe is the same thing as could be not. What I'm doing, I'm not inferring anything. I'm just saying, is a container. We don't know what it is, but containing us from what? We don't care. We don't know. We'll never know.
There he's done it again. From what? It immediately implies the external to the containment, doesn't it, D? Protecting us from what? What, the stuff that's definitely now beyond this container?
Yes.
I'm gonna. You're driving me nuts.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm saying I don't know.
Beyond.
You're saying you've got to be protected from the stuff beyond, from outside, external to.
You have to, though. You have to.
Oh my God! I'm just going to stop. No, we don't know.
That's my point.
Just
this
the
is my
subject.
point.
Everyone, shut the hell up. Now, we're not stating what it is beyond the container. Only that there must be a beyond the container, unless your position is that we have container all the way up.
That's all I can say.
No. Let me give you an example. Hold on. Let me just reply to QE. What if beyond the must be in existence to be breathing container that is definitely there, there's something that is beyond the physical that we know? That is to say that within what you appreciate, I'm not suggesting this, is just an example, what you appreciate to be God's creation, yeah? Beyond which...
Did I say that?
No, I'm not. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying you hold this position either. I'm just giving an example, yeah? Beyond the realms of which is not for us to experience in a physical capacity, yeah? Now, that is a possibility. I couldn't confirm that in any way, shape, or form, but it is, given that we know how the world is created and there must be an external creator that is not governed by those rules, then what?
Going too far. Don't put a hypothetical on this.
Well, my hypothetical example could stand, given what I understand. Now, I'm not going to back it and say I believe this. I'm just giving you a hypothetical example that would stand outside of what you're postulating when you give a physicality to an external realm beyond the container. I won't have it.
Physicality. I said just the mere existence of beyond must exist.
Beyond implies physicality, I'm afraid. It's our limited language that's preventing you from.
Okay. Can we agree that the container has physicality?
It does. Now, stay out of this, D Rose. It doesn't.
Oh my God! It was based on mine.
Yes, you can. You just let him have it so we can stop interrupting. Yes, you've got to have physicality. You're not going to physically stop gas particles from going through you if you're not physical.
Let's see if it's space. Let's say they're outside the container. It's length, width, and height.
Like begging the question, like let's automatically say the thing that you'd need to validate. Let's say outside the container.
I'm not begging any question. I'm not begging any question here. It is your position that it's container, infinite container.
No,
that's your position.
No, that's not my position.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Ipso facto, it is.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No, not knowing isn't containers all the way up. Sorry. No.
It's not knowing. Your position is not of ignorance.
Okay,
you said there's a container. You can't say beyond it. That's not ignorance. You can't plea that.
I just gave you an example that would have a
You
God
did not.
creator non-physical realm that wouldn't be classed as beyond anything.
Have to
But you
do
wouldn't
with
accept
physical.
it. You said I went too far and rumpused it like you
Why
do
are
now.
you going into physical? What is that? It's a red
Can it
herring
exist?
fallacy. It's not what I'm talking about.
According to quantum mechanics, can it exist if you don't have information about it?
No, don't bring in another topic. You'll be way out over your skis.
Like, I'm not having this. Like, I'm not going to have the pencil laser, right? It doesn't matter how right you are. I don't care. I'm not having it.
I'm just trying to make a point.
You can keep trying to convince me of the beyond the containment that we are fundamentally unaware of what it is, how it operates.
Is there a beyond the container?
Don't know.
Uh-huh. Infinite container.
Might be heaven. Might be where my non-physical spirit goes.
Fair enough.
Just don't know. Couldn't say.
If you don't know, then there is a problem with its existence because it hasn't been rendered yet, because there isn't a physical being that's experienced it.
How do you know?
Hold on. Is he saying that the containment could exist within probability? Is that what you've just said, John?
No.
No, I'm stating that no one is going to a place that gas is not expanding into. That's how I know that no one has experienced that space.
Yeah, the sky vacuum isn't real. But if what I perceived you to have just said is, you know how there's no rendered tree in the woods if there's nobody to experience it. That was me with a bit of acid reflux, by the way, as opposed to smoking cigarettes. Anyway, I've completely lost track of what I was saying now. If we understand that there's certain things that only exist if there's information, right? But for the fact that you have information, a knower and a receiver, a transmitter, whatever, then you're not going to have the information. It doesn't exist, therefore the thing hasn't been rendered. It just exists as a probability. Well, you're saying the realm beyond that which is experienced isn't rendered. Because there's no one there, there's no information. Right. Therefore, beyond which there's an ethereal nothing that hasn't been rendered into existence yet because there's no information about it.
Ethereal? Did you say ether?
Yeah, I'm just trying to trigger if you.
Well,
just
you guys are well out over your skis.
No, I don't think I am. I didn't claim ether. I just said that has not been rendered.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because no one's gone to a place that gas hasn't expanded.
How do you know no one's not there? How do you know no one's not? No one's.
So there is a physical being.
Everybody got zeros, and now you've encouraged Neil. So this is completely inaudible. John and John only. Thank you.
Right. So you're saying that I can't know that there's someone outside of the container who is in a place. Because what
I'm
you're
not
stating
saying you
is
can't
confusing.
know. No. I'm not saying you can't know. I'm saying you don't know.
Yeah, can you stop rumpusing QE's argument from silence,
does
please?
not exist.
I didn't hear you, Nathan.
Yeah, I said, can you stop rumpusing QE's argument from silence fallacy? Thank you.
That's not an argument from silence fallacy, by the way.
Right.
Nobody's told you they have. Nobody's told you that
idea
they're not. Sorry, did you correct me if I'm wrong? Nobody's told you that they haven't or that they're not there. Correct?
No one's told me. Telling me and not telling me is irrelevant to this conversation.
Well, back to what I was saying.
There's no information. Hold on, D. There's no information on the subject.
Evidence.
Oh God, it's an argument from silence.
No, it's not.
Look, the only preponderance of evidence that we have is that there's a container. Period. Leave it alone.
Hold on.
I get it, Nathan. I get it.
Perhaps I've got the fallacy wrong. It would be an argument from ignorance then, if we haven't got any information on it. Therefore, justifying that you can't not know that someone isn't there. That would be an argument from ignorance.
To a point, but I'm not the one making the claim.
Yeah, you are.
So So it's their argument from ignorance. No,
No, I'm
I
going to
didn't
force
make the
this.
claim.
I'm going to it's argument from ignorance all the way up, QE.
Yeah.
That's it right there.
Well,
You're trying to claim what exists beyond our known existence. That's the problem.
it's not really a problem if you got the right epistemological tools. So my epistemological tools allow me to branch out a little further. It's more like what's good for me isn't necessarily good for the feeble-minded.
Right. That sounds like an ad hom.
Poisoning the well and ad hominem and stereotyping.
It was nicely veiled, wasn't it?
Oh, it wasn't even subtle.
Everybody's IQ is dropped.
Look, we've got some religious fundamentalism that's eking its way into this discussion, and we're going to allow it, aren't we, lads?
Religious?
Yeah, that's the only reason we're having this discussion.
Oh, well, we got the Irish in. All right, good.
When I heard my epistemological tools are, I was expecting your and sister. That's what I was expecting.
Nicely done. I
was surprised when I didn't hear
it. My epistemological tools. Your sister. Yeah, I missed that opportunity, Brian. I'm sorry. Sorry to let you down.
Go ahead, refracted curvature.
That actually wasn't me. I was giggling.
No, I realise I only introduced you over the top of them for comedic effect, as I was accused of having you as a favourite as soon as you arrived.
Not unjustly accused.
Actually, I was trying to trigger Neil.
In 78 miles, I'll be on 485. Am I anywhere near the storm there?
I ain't on the map anymore, Neil.
He's turned you into his sat nav.
Yeah, but John Refracted knows. He's smarter than you.
No, I'm not. QE is the one that gave me the information to become a flat earther. But the road you're on, the 484, I think it connects to the road that turns into 77 in right before you go into Virginia to hit 81.
77.
I guess, Nathan, you could say I'm suggesting it exists.
77 north.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Oh, he's back. That's the guy I was saying. Where did he go? He's the one that brought this up.
Okay? I brought it up. Okay? Because we're just...
It was good. No, it was a good topic. It was a good topic. It stimulated a great conversation.
So what I'm ultimately saying is there's
conversation?
Sir,
Nathan,
what I'm saying is there's
some kind of control of this.
Me?
Yeah.
Is there's no way to actually even say there's a container, so it's unnecessary almost.
What?
No, there is a container, bro.
Again,
you're
inferring.
You must have went to the bathroom.
Else, you can't say that.
Oh, Neil, shush. Everyone else apart from Phil, be quiet. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay. Whoever that guy that said something, he said there definitely is a container, and I'm saying again, you can't infer that if you're inferring there's something else if you're even making that suggestion. So therefore, there's no such thing as a container until
I'm
proven
inferring
otherwise.
gas pressure. Yes, the something else is gas pressure, what you're breathing. Then by logical necessity, necessary consequent antecedent, there must be a container.
Yeah, he keeps missing the antecedent. That's the problem. You keep missing that part.
I'm not missing anything. You're
Well, then you
suggesting
wouldn't
that there's
say that.
something.
But you wouldn't say that there's no container, or nobody can infer there's a container if you knew what the antecedent to gas pressure was.
It's redundant.
It's not.
It's consistent.
Yeah, whether the container is the boundary of physical existence or it is a system within another system, that is irrelevant. It must be contained with a container.
Why?
Again.
Because you have gas pressure, you're breathing.
There you go. There you go. That's it.
That still is suggesting that there isn't this pressure somewhere else. It's somehow suggesting that.
What?
What?
That was non sequitur.
Pressure elsewhere, outside of this container. Again.
Yeah, on your brain right now.
Neil, calm down and drive.
No,
Seems
you're
like this
projecting
guy's
your
just
own
causing
special pleading
division
policy onto us.
over nonsense.
Division. This is a interesting question. If you think it's division, then you're the one causing division.
Oh, brother.
No, I think someone from the panel identified it as a special pleading fallacy.
Okay.
Are you
fair enough.
You're going to entertain this? Hold on. You're going to tell me to drive when this guy's saying there's pressure somewhere else. The only place else there's pressure is on his brain right now. Hello?
No need, Neil. No need.
Right. Well, what he's
angry.
doing is he's appealing to the pressure differentials that we experience and saying that since there's a pressure we experience here, then outside of whatever this is, there has to be a pressure exerted back or we just constantly expand. But we don't that's why I said we're talking about the possible ending of the physical, so that can be defined as a container.
I don't think that's what he's saying, John. What he said doesn't make any sense.
Oh my God, Phil, when you're not talking, yeah, for whatever reason,
to respond.
You have to be server muted. Just take him off server, Defon, for a second. Do we ever?
Wait a second. He's new to Discord.
No
don't worry about it. He's got it.
The problem is, Phil, if you're talking to someone else, even when they're talking to you, if you're not on mute, it causes feedback. It's not your fault. It's just a Discord thing. Anyway, go ahead, Phil. No one else, just Phil.
So.
Yep, there you go.
So I guess what I'm going to say is, Nathan, at the end of the day, we're suggesting containment. I would agree that there's containment within this container. Well, there I go again. It's almost like you can't get away from it, this idea that we're contained. But there's no way to actually prove that.
By breathing, you have proven that it is contained.
How did you validate that there's no way?
Well, I guess it does go both ways. If you're going to say that,
no, it doesn't.
Therefore,
no, it only goes one way. You're breathing, then there must be a container. It doesn't go both ways.
Well, hold on. So
I like
you're
what
saying.
refractive said.
Hold on, D. Go ahead, Phil.
So okay, so you're saying what again, QE?
I'm saying you must understand there's a necessary antecedent consequent here with gas pressure. To have gas pressure, and we definitely have gas pressure, there must 100% absolute certainty be a container. That's my position.
I think the difference is very subtle, but what they're saying is containment, and the question is container. Kind of difference between saying that there's a ceiling and there's a roof.
No, I think it's going too far. Let him say what he says. Go.
I say that I would agree with you within, because even I have to suggest that there's a container because I'm trying to run my little experiment here, and suck it down, take away all the oxygen out of it, and sure, it's going to try to find its way to its equilibrium, this gas within it, right? So that's within a container. That's the idea, but I guess that's the idea I'm getting at, is it's being done with, I guess it has to be within a container just to even say that. So it's kind of it is a weird idea. I don't know.
How many shrooms have you taken in your life?
No need.
One of those thoughts. It's just a weird. It's a crazy idea because, it's just it's as weird as the idea as when I kind of think that the flat plane goes on forever because nothing sets. It's kind of in that same realm.
I destroyed that earlier.
Well,
but
it still
it can't be infinite.
I still don't see the actual proof to suggest that, though.
No, you respond. Yeah, I destroyed that earlier. Okay, you want me to do it again?
Sure, because you didn't destroy it. It's undestroyable.
Yeah,
you can't destroy it.
I did. You're whistling past the graveyard. Number one, you said, well, you can't say it's not infinite. Yes, I can, because infinity doesn't exist in reality or mathematics unless you can show it. Number one. Number two, there must be a defined barrier. That means not infinite because you're breathing. That's my 2 points. Your point's destroyed right there. Unless you're going to whistle past the graveyard, and then I'm going to have to find Nathan pick you apart.
I'm not trying to get you upset here, big dog.
I'm not
Take it easy.
upset.
You're getting
I'm not upset.
You're getting
I'm
a little
not upset.
spicy.
I'm passionate. I'm passionate about real estate that I've already attacked and overcome. And I don't want to go back and attack it again because I don't need to.
Okay.
But I just did for the audiences. Now, don't respawn again 20 minutes later and say I didn't deal with this.
Well, you tried to deal with it. I'm not saying what you did wasn't, I applaud your attempt. I still don't think it actually has a fundamental. I do applaud your attempt.
Well, thank you for the applause.
What we have here is a situation where you, this new guy, wants to claim certain things that are outside anyone's experience ever. You're trying to bring the spiritual and merge it with the physical and tangible, and that, you can't do that.
I'm actually doing the opposite.
Right.
I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying I don't know, therefore I can't even make a suggestion on what I think I know. That's out there.
But to say you don't know is to say that there could be another possibility.
That's right.
No, he said he did know. No, hold on. No. He said he did know. He said it was an infinite plane.
I'm saying it's suggesting that there's an infinite, and I can't say it isn't.
Yes, you can say it isn't. You want me to do it again?
I don't think you can. I know you said math.
Why. He's not understanding you, QB. You saying it again, which would be a third time from what I gather, would be pointless because he doesn't understand. He's no offense to the lad, but he hasn't learned enough to understand infinite can't exist. Certain things can't be.
Is right.
I didn't hear anything.
Just repeat after me. Just repeat after me. The infinite cannot exist in physical reality.
I know. This is it sounds good. Sounds cool. But I don't know if I can agree.
How would you prove infinity exists?
Hold on. It's not of a case of agree or disagree. It's not subjective. It's objective. Infinity does not exist in physical reality or in mathematics.
Yeah, it's a philosophical position that you apply to mathematics. It does not exist in mathematics either.
Yeah.
You understand that, right?
Doesn't exist. Infinity?
Yes.
Who here can define infinity?
Well, it's your claim. You define it.
Well, no. Don't define it. No. Stop. Don't define it. Show us it in physical reality.
Can't.
No, define
I'm not
it
even
first,
suggesting.
then show it.
I want
No.
this since things
No.
don't.
No.
Hold
No,
Hold on.
no, sir. No, sir. You made the claim infinity or infinite. You now must define it and then show an example.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's just use the word ever expanding because I can't say there's an end. Therefore, I mean, it's not that hard.
Therefore, non sequitur.
Bullshit, that's non sequitur. That's as legit as you can
What's
get.
infinity? What's infinity?
No, the word.
Define
you can
it.
use any word. Goes on. I can't say. I can't.
Photon.
I don't.
Photon is not infinity. That's not the meaning of the word infinity.
What is the meaning?
Photon is the definition of finite. It is a fixed quantity.
Don't ask me to define your claims, counselor.
Okay, let's change the word. We'll just change it to ever expanding. It just goes on. Okay,
No,
let's
ever
not
expanding
use.
would be
That's synonymous.
observation dependent. Saying ever expanding will be observational. Saying ever expanding will be observational dependent.
And you would never form gas pressure with an ever expanding anything. You would
exactly
suffocate.
Expand. I don't know that.
Thank you.
You just said ever expanding, bro.
Oh, I'm trying to use a different word for infinity. Any word you want. I don't really care. It's just the idea.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to come
amoeba.
across.
Don't be an idea.
That's all it is. That's all these are, really.
Container. How about we use container? It's containers all the way up.
You know why why Earth's flat Earthers?
What was that? Was that to me?
He must have failed out.
Ryan, we lost you.
Yeah. All we know is that thermodynamics, the laws thereof, are of physics. Physics is about the physical world, the reality, tangible, not about the esoterical and supernatural and spiritual, yada,
The
yada, yada.
laws of thermodynamics, before you ramble on with your synonyms, right? The laws of thermodynamics are not physics.
Then what is it?
Natural law.
Natural law. And natural law deals with what?
Nature.
And what's nature?
Is this going to be a never-ending, infinite regressive question?
Does nature have a physicality?
Yeah, but it's not physics.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying. God, doggy,
No,
you're
I
so
don't.
pedantic. You make me sick.
But that's the standard that has to be kept, D-Rose. Physics is natural science, let's just say.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have used the term
natural
physics.
law, unless you know the cause of entropy, then you can't call the laws of thermodynamics physics.
I digress. But my question is, who's on first?
Hold on one second.
That's the title of your autobiography.
One sec. Phil, please can you pop yourself on mute when you're not talking?
Is that hard to understand?
So, meanwhile, back at the ranch, infinity, you claim that you can't even define. You had to use another phrase in place of the term infinity, is utterly meaningless. Ever expanding. What's ever expanding?
Man, I'm just trying to get to an idea here of this. Nothing ever sets. Therefore, from my perspective, okay, I'm not going anywhere else. From that perspective, I can simply say, guess what? Nothing ever sets. Well, this goes on indefinitely.
Sunset. Yeah, and set is a rhetorical device to describe elevation angle change with relative to a flat plane. Are you a heliocentrist by any chance?
Oh, please. Why does it always have to come back to that? Like I'm some kind of opposition that's
because
here to.
You're coming forth with fantasies. Because we live in a physical and natural world, right? Tangible physical world. And you're coming forth with, what about this fantasy? What about that fantasy? And we can take all those fantasies apart with natural law for most of it, and physics. So you're coming forward. What about if this thing could be the case and that thing could be the case? Not taking other important factors into account, not learning things before you come to any of those suggestions. That's the problem. What's a dynamic closed system?
Just a question. Take it easy.
Because if you don't know what that is, then you certainly shouldn't be coming to the conclusion you're coming to.
That's not a rebuttal to his question. Why is he labeled a glober if he's just asking questions? You see, FE guys ask questions and they wonder about things just like globers
Because
do.
they're fantasists as well, right?
That's right, Brian.
I did not label him a glober. I said that the language he used with nothing ever sets, right, it seems to be someone that is under heliocentric indoctrination. That was what I pointed out. Now, I did not say he was. That's why I asked him if he was.
Righteous hears that he's a globe simp.
I've defined what I'm saying. I cannot see anything set. So from there, therefore, I'm coming. I mean, there's nothing that it goes on indefinitely. I mean, you're sitting here fighting me as if I'm some creature from the other world, but it's not the case.
Okay, everyone,
Stop
stop for a second. Stop. Okay, just one sec. Phil, right. I can control how my audience receives this material, but unfortunately you're ruining everyone's Discord experience because your mic's really close to your speakers. That means that every time you open your mic and come off mute, the second you do that, there's audio chaos. Now, I appreciate that you're opening your mic because you want to get a word in, but unfortunately it's just destroying the audio of this show because your mic is so close to your speakers that it's feeding back every time you open your mic. Yeah? So can you move your mic further away from your speaker so it doesn't feed back the moment you open your mic? Because it's ruining everyone's experience in Discord currently.
Right, but the statement that nothing ever sets.
Literally the second you started talking, Phil opens his bleeding mic and causes audio chaos. It is now the 6th time I have told you. Now, literally within 5 seconds of me telling him, he opens his mic and we hear noise from him. Now, either you are incompetent and can't cope with the use of a mic and speakers at the same time, or you're deaf. I'm starting to lose my patience with you, Phil. Yeah? If you can't cope with not causing feedback the moment you open your mic, then I'm going to have to remove you from this call. Yeah? Go ahead, John.
Right. The reason I asked that question, though, is that nothing ever sets was made as a statement, but we do observe things setting. And setting, as has been pointed out by QE, that it is a rhetorical device used to describe elevation angle changes with respect to the celestials and the flat Earth we dwell atop. That is the angle change towards the horizon. To say nothing ever sets is wrong. Why do you keep saying that?
No response.
You insulted him.
No, I asked politely.
I didn't mean to.
Politely not to cause audio chaos.
Not you, Nathan.
No. If you can't cope with not causing feedback, then I'm going to tell you off after the 6th attempt.
I mean, it just seemed like one of those heliocentrist claims where they strawman us with a position and say, oh, we're claiming nothing ever sets. That's what flat earthers believe, that nothing ever sets. Like it has that feel of someone who's pretending to be a flat earther. I don't know if he is. That's why I asked him, just to be straightforward.
The claim's non sequitur right from the start. It can end. That's why everyone's confused. It's too ambiguous, and it's non sequitur.
But I get Glurf Larper vibes too. Yeah, I do too.
I do as well, I have to admit. It's just he's acting too, what's the word, coy.
Don't go into his motives. I think he has a general idea. It's just misguided.
In any event.
Too many shrooms.
And he said he's on his phone, and every time if he opens his mic, he gets screamed at. And he said he's on his phone. There you go. He texted that, by the way.
He's pretty new to Discord, guys. He just created his account, so he's also on the phone and new to Discord. So just something to keep in mind.
That doesn't mean he's new to manipulation.
Brian.
That's right, Brian. That's right.
Brian's on full alert. I don't think the full alert is warranted here.
That's what I thought too. That's why I said the division. Sorry, guys.
Before I was on full alert.
Well, one thing is for sure is even I, when I ask questions and they're not within the like how everybody else sees it, I too seem to get like labeled, or not labeled, but like I get to seem like instead of people are talking to me who I am, they seem like they're talking to like a glober instead. So
did the guy called... Sorry, just one sec, Cheapers. Just one sec, Cheaper. Did the guy called Flatter, spelt with a P? Did you want to add something? Really not.
Yeah, like Brian was about to say, maybe it's the language you're using. Gosh, maybe it's the language you're using, right? Just maybe, what you're saying is leading people to believe that.
if you guys don't know me by now, I mean, what do you want to say? Like, how long have I been with you guys? And you guys still don't know who you guys are talking to?
Yeah, but what I would say, Righteous, is that you would do what that guy did in a way. Let's just say you might do something like that, but you do it in a much more professional way. I'm not saying you'd be correct. I'm just saying that the way you do it and the way he did it were different.
Sorry,
there's a different
what
feeling,
the hell's going on?
completely different feeling.
So what's going on? Why are we assessing how he approached this? Who cares? There is an antecedent consequent relationship with gas pressure and containment. We can assert beyond all doubt, with absolute certitude, that because we are breathing gas pressure, we have containment. That's it. Really easy. There's no ambiguity.
That's not what I meant, though. But I'm just saying
Yeah,
that.
but we know that bit. We're trying to discuss the bit we don't know.
Right, but you guys got to realize I've been around you guys for a while, so I may know how.
Sorry, Righteous.
Sensual go.
Whoever said that, they were right on point.
We're trying to discuss the bit we don't know. Yeah, like with Antarctica. Yeah, we should discuss the area that we expanded into that we haven't expanded into yet. Yeah, of course we should.
No, that's not what he said. We have to pretend that we don't know it.
Go ahead, Righteous. I'm sorry.
Just to respond to Brian quickly, is well, I've been around you guys more, so I kind of it's easier for me to fit in with you guys, and I know how you guys talk and what you guys are looking for. Whereas he's new and he doesn't know how this scene is, and to him it may come up.
I'm sorry. Just one sec, Righteous. Did we all agree that Righteous actually fits in yet? I don't think we agreed on that.
No, we haven't.
No, definitely not, Righteous. I don't know where you've got that idea from.
I think Righteous' point is that we're used to him being a baller.
Well, my point was, and it's kind of gotten turned into like I was accusing him of something. The language he used when he was addressing the things never said was to make a statement that sounded like someone who believed that they lived on a spherical Earth would say flat earthers claim. And that's why I asked him if he was a heliocentrist.
I thought we finished this topic. He's just misguided. He's new to the server. Maybe not new to flat Earth, but he's misguided, right? It'll be okay. We understand.
Yeah, there's no reason to accuse him one way or the other. I mean, it's irrelevant to what the this topic, whether he's LARPing or he's just confused. That's irrelevant. But
sorry. He's either, from my point of view, he's either LARPing or he's one of these flat earthers who are going to always be a fantasist. Always. And
that always be a fantasist. Come on, that's a bridge too far. Give him a break. He's new.
Yeah, that's the difference from asking naive questions with a genuine curiosity and just showing resistance to everything that's put to you. When you just constantly show resistance, it's just a red flag.
Well,
I remember I used to think that sunset actually proved you were on a globe at one point in time. I did. Thought that was right there. It proved the Earth was a sphere, and we're flying through an area gas isn't expanding into.
Well, some people aren't too quick on the uptake. Thank you for confirming that.
Yes, the entire Western world, almost.
But it doesn't have to be forever, Brian. You can become quick on the uptake.
You can become quick on the uptake if you're interested in that. This lad strikes me as someone who might, if he's a flat earther, might very fast become an Ethereum or something else, because he's open-minded to fantasy.
Objection, Your Honor. Pure speculation about the future.
I accept that.
Sustained.
Based on evidence of the present?
We didn't catch that.
Based on evidence from the present?
That wasn't evidence of the yeah, that's right. Past results have no impact on future results. Correct.
May I ask though, is he asking for evidence from the present, as in recent evidence of gas pressure, or like, what are you asking for exactly?
He can't. He's not. If he's here, he's not speaking anymore because Nathan will holler at him.
Well, what he's asking is, can I make firm decisions based off of doing no research and still come to the right conclusions? That's what it sounds like to me.
I thought it was more of, can I use what I do know to contradict what I do know to claim something about what I don't know?
So, is there any riots in Ireland?
No, that's all in the UK. It's mainly England. There was earlier in the year. Yes, there was in Dublin. And there was another few incidences, but no, there's not like the UK.
I just got out to get gas, and it's pretty windy out here.
Duh.
I'm telling my wife about my library visit, and it's all gone a bit quiet. I should be paying attention.
Sorry, Brian, I rumpushed you.
Oh, it's okay. Neil was finished. I was finished answering. Any sign of Adam? No.
He did pop into the chat earlier. He said after his departure on Saturday, or pre-departure, I should say, that he might pop into the chat. And sure enough, on Q today, he did pop in and say a few words in the live stream chat. But that was about it. Nice that you could even do that. You know, is like Neil when there's not a show for whatever reason, people get a bit uppity about the fact that there isn't one. So the fact that he tuned in and made his presence aware to us in the live stream chat is a testament to the fact that even when on holiday, he still wants to check out what's going on the show.
Yeah, just because you're on
See, that's a
holiday doesn't
proper
mean the Earth is
gentleman.
not putting.
Sorry, go ahead,
That's
Neil.
a
You were
proper
rumpus by
gentleman.
Neil.
Adam checks in. Not like certain people.
Go ahead, Brian.
No, I'm just saying that just because they're on holiday doesn't mean the Earth's not still flat and there's work to be done. Do you know what I mean? He's still going to have that curiosity. What's happening on the show? Still going to happen, especially during the day.
Not like
at a lot in the
refracted,
evening
right?
time.
Second time he's rumpused you.
Yeah, I'm going to give up on it now.
So, Brian, he's not, because I want to take a piss at a refracted, and you just keep interrupting me. Not like certain people.
I'm waiting to shut down a four-way rumpus, and then once I've got it under control, say, go ahead, refracted, even when it's not talking.
Huey, what's the topic of discussion for tonight?
I don't know, and that's the really cool thing about it. You just never know.
What time is your show today, QE?
The same time it's been for the past 5 years.
Are you going to be there since you're on Billboard now?
You sound like Neil.
That's in about an hour and 10 minutes.
Neil, I'll give you the time here in a moment. Neil wrote to me the other day. He's been here for about 4 years or so. He goes,
Don't even say it.
He goes, so the treatment tonight is just you, QE. Yeah.
Because you invited us. I could have sworn you said I'll see you all there.
Yeah, watching.
I'll see you all there watching the show. Now, John, the show today is on at 1300. That's 1 o'clock U.S. Central. Good?
Yeah. Yeah. On the Quantum Racer channel. Be here, be sphere.
That's 1900. 1900 for us, right?
That's proper kissing ass there.
Is it 1900 for you guys over there? I think it might be.
Yeah, 7 in the evening. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, 1900.
Yes. Yep. That's what I got written down. And 5 a.m. Sydney, Australia time.
Well, that's. Do you guys in Ireland run on military time? If you went to the train station in Ireland, Brian, would the clock have AM and PM on it, or would it be in 24 hours?
A train station?
Yeah.
Jesus, I don't know about train stations. I haven't been there for a long time. The last time I saw a clock at the train station, it was just like a normal wall clock. Wasn't even digital. No, well, I like to use 24-hour, but because my father was kind of like, he kind of focused me on 24-hour clocks, 24-hour time.
But wait a second. Your father? Can you spell that?
Facher.
No D in it.
That's
no.
what my father.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Straight up racism.
But no,
oh, I'm sorry, you weren't finished. Go ahead.
I don't think so, Nathan. I think it's mostly AM PM.
In Great Britain and Northern Ireland, we are on military time. Most of Europe is on military time. Most of Europe is 24 hours. I just didn't know if it's the same in Ireland. Whereas in America, which is the biggest military, their military is obviously on military time, but the rest of them aren't.
Correct.
The best way to describe it, Nathan, is the best answer to it. We are sometimes. Because nothing is consistent and workable here. So, you know what I mean? Sometimes, yeah, some days, maybe on Wednesdays, or sometimes on a Tuesday.
We got in chat, Skanks. Stark Otter. He's too much of a coward to come in a VC and share his claims. He posted a citation that states this. The air surrounding the Earth is pulled toward the surface by gravity in the same way as a lead block we have been discussing. Consequently, the air also exerts a pressure on the surface. This is called atmospheric pressure. How you like that? Hey, cat.
Same way as a lead block. Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's got us, man. I mean, we're screwed. Let's hope he doesn't come into the VC.
It'll be
There's
really
no beating
scary.
that argument.
Is that the gas fall down and go boom, boom?
Shh, you'll scare
No,
him.
the gas isn't falling. It's being pulled. Pulled down.
At 9.81 meters per second squared.
Right. So it's still down, though. That's
Yes.
with respect to horizontal plane.
I don't think the citation said that, though, John. It
No,
said
ipso
towards the
facto.
surface. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ipso facto down.
Oh, you and your ipso facto.
Yeah, it's either inward or outward when you're talking with relation to a sphere, but when you say up and down, that's with respect to horizontal plane.
Yeah, I pummeled Matt Dillahunty, the Dilla doofus with that the other day. Did you catch that treatment?
No, sir, I did not. That's cool, though.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, I pummeled them guys a couple times with it. You'd have been proud.
Yeah, it's a big one because they use it so much.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I read Matthias in the pre-show saying about helium and asking about its properties because he was under the misapprehension that we've got homogeneous layers of gas. I'm like, no, it's all mixed up. He's like, well, what about helium, right? I'm like, well, that gets produced at ground level just like all of the gases. There's not helium factories in the sky. He's like, but you said it goes in all directions, so if I release helium in the sky, will it go down? I'm like, yeah, it'll go in all directions. He's like, but what if it's in a balloon? I'm like, well, then you put it artificially into containment that would make it displace the air around it. But the moment you release it from the containment, it's just going to dissipate through all the gaps in the rest of the air like all of the gases in all directions. Some of it will go down, but ipso facto, it's produced at ground level.
It's clumsy to say it that way.
It's going up.
Pillars of gas.
Again, Neil?
Pillars of gas. I hate that.
Pillars of gas are vertical. That doesn't make any sense. They can't claim vertical.
Yeah, I got told off for this refracted the other day because what I did was launched into this aspect of the argument before saying you can't have gas pressure without a container. So I launched into, you're going to need a flat plane to describe this if you're going to be up and describing gradiated pressure with respect to its height above surface level or sea level. You'll need and then after the fact, I'm like, well, proud, I've done a really good job. QE pulls me to one side. What are you doing, idiot? I'm like, what's wrong with that? It does need a flat earth. He's like, yeah, but you didn't actually mention that you can't have gas pressure without a container. I went, oh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of did forget that fundamental aspect to debunking this sky vacuum bit of it, didn't I? Shouldn't really neglect that in future.
But that's what happens when you have an agenda.
Oh,
yes, you did, Piers.
The concept of an ever-expanding infinite universe, that is with an idea that developed from the celestial sphere model, which still requires a flat plane. So, I mean, the idea that there is an area that gas isn't filling is dependent upon a flat Earth.
Is how you would have said it, and I didn't, and therefore got it in the neck, rightly so.
I'm sorry. You couldn't have developed that from the celestial sphere model because that doesn't exist.
They do say that. They say the stars are infinite distance away.
They say a lot. That doesn't have anything to do. It doesn't exist. My claim is non-existence. So you got to have them or they show the celestial sphere model. I want to see it.
You've never seen it?
Nope.
You've never seen the celestial navigation books where they show the angle representation from a flat Earth, where you have the lowering and raising of elevation angles in the sky?
No, that's not a model. You specifically said celestial sphere model. That's not a model.
Oh, what is it?
I don't know, but I do know it's not a model.
It is called the celestial sphere model, though, is it not?
Well, a lot of things are called things that are actually not.
Right. So you're appealing to the epistemology of the term model when I did not just use explicitly the term model. I said celestial
Yes, you
sphere
did.
model,
You said
which applies directly
from celestial. Yes, you did.
Pardon me. Which applies directly to
Pardon me. You said celestial.
That we're talking about.
Oh my God. Okay, let's do it this way. It came out of your mouth that it was developed from the celestial sphere model. I heard you say it.
Yes. And then you said that you accept that there is angle measurements that are shown within a celestial sphere. You've seen that, and you're asking me to show it to you.
I'm saying that what you said was a model is not a model.
Irrelevant. That's what it's called. That's irrelevant. It still exists what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what the definition of model is. I'm talking about the utilization within celestial navigation of this diagram.
That's irrelevant. That's the part that's irrelevant, not my part. You said
the diagram does exist that I'm appealing to. The diagram does exist that I'm appealing to.
The diagram they're not models. Diagrams aren't models.
I'm not claiming they are. The celestial sphere diagram. Now, my point still stands.
Well, you changed your point. You should now say the celestial sphere diagram was developed, or it was developed from the celestial sphere diagram.
I'll start over. The idea that there is an ever-expanding area that gas is not filling comes from the celestial sphere diagram, which is relying upon a flat Earth.
Correct. No worries.
Now that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's correct. That's technically correct.
Now, John, you did say it's called the celestial sphere model. That's what they say. They also say atmosphere too, don't they?
Yes, and that concept is also a gradiated pressure from a flat plane.
That's a paradox. Firstly, it's a paradox. Then you may move on to the second and third train wrecks. But firstly, it's a darn paradox.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah. But they do call the celestial sphere diagram the celestial sphere model. Whether it is or isn't is irrelevant to what they call it and what it's known as.
No, it's relevant if they call it a model, because that doesn't exist.
Where's Righteous? How come he ain't piping up with his atmosphere word?
What? I'm not always listening to you guys. Sometimes I got you guys in the background.
But the terms and usages, as when they're combined, change the meaning of any individual word and can mean something completely different when used together.
Exactly my point.
So you can use the word model when you say celestial sphere model, because you're talking about a specific diagram that other people have confused with the term model.
No, you can't say celestial sphere model. No, you're trying to weave. You just train wrecked yourself.
No, I didn't, because I'm not claiming the celestial sphere model is a model. That I am pointing to a diagram that is called the celestial sphere model.
That's not a model.
Yes. But that's the term that is used for it.
I understand, but the term is in non-existence. It's conjured.
But is my statement dependent upon the existence of a model, or is it dependent upon the existence of the diagram that I have referred to with the known vocabulary of
when you
celestial
first
sphere
stated
model.
it, when you first stated it, you were in error, even if you were parroting from what they say.
Yeah, but it's named. That's what people have named it. Like the
I know.
categorization experiment that's not an experiment, but they still call it an experiment and they get tongue-tied. It's
know.
like the same thing, you know?
Yes. Wow, that was fruitful.
Yeah, but I think the resounding point at the end from refracted curvature is if when I refer to the parlor trick nonsense pseudoscience that is the Michelson-Morley experiment, and I use that vocabulary, and as I'm then attempting to move forward with that statement, you stop me in my tracks and say it's not an experiment, and I go, I know it isn't. I know the Michelson-Morley experiment isn't an experiment, and then you're in deadlock. You're like, well, yeah. I'm glad we came to a conclusion, though, or you did.
Yes. Thank you.
Right, but it's only deadlock if you accept that it is an experiment because you can use what Michelson-Morley did as an example of a measurement if you wanted to.
That's very useful.
I can't say the word now. I'm getting tongue-tied.
Interferometry is very useful. They actually use it to make sure tape measures are the correct length. I found out recently.
Right. So you can use it as an example of a measurement, but if you're trying to claim a cause and effect from that, you're going to be in trouble. But if you're appealing just to the title of what it's called as a position, you need to make sure that the position the other person's claiming has to do with what you're attacking, or it's just kind of non sequitur to the point.
Indeedy.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to close up shop.
No.
Indeedy.
I'm good. Now, I let the kids in about an hour and a half ago. So, I'm playing a game and the kids are running around. So if there's background noise from me, I'm fine, but I'm happy to continue recording.
Why aren't you at the library?
We've already been.
Oh.
Did it smell all right?
So, righteous.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Neil?
You were claiming the word atmosphere a few weeks ago, but QE wasn't around. Do you care to reiterate?
No.
Howard.
Was he stating the atmosphere of a room? Is that what he was trying to say?
There, Neil.
Yes.
What's wrong with using it in that terminology that way? You're not within the topic. You're not discussing anything in relation. Like it's accepted vernacular. I don't see the point.
Do I have to tell you what's wrong with using that word? Really?
Within this topic, yes. Yeah, I understand it is. There's a lot wrong with it. But when you're talking about the atmosphere of a room, you're not making a claim about the entire world. You're not even making a claim about pressure. You're just talking about the general vibe you get from an area.
So how about the vibe of the room? Or the
Don't
air
knock
of the room?
vibes, baby. Don't knock them.
You know,
Right.
Neil,
You
I've never
wouldn't-
thought about that conversation ever again since last time we talked it, but you did. Pretty interesting.
I just thought of it now when refracted and
is it?
QE were going back and forth. It reminded me of your stupidity.
All right, Neil. Well, you feel that way?
Not just I. You know who else feels that way? Mighty Mush.
Well, you know what? I'm not that much into feelings like you guys, so you guys can have at 'em.
Well, the thing is, with that word, look what they did with that word. Look how they duped the world. And once it's brought to the attention that it's paradox, why use it anymore?
It's because that's how people understand it, Neil. See, when I go shopping at a grocery store, I'm not gonna go Atmos plane. They're gonna go, "What are you talking about?" If I say atmosphere, they're like, "Oh, he's
I
talking
wouldn't
about
say
the."
Atmos plane either. I would say air.
Don't rumpus him, Neil. You didn't let him finish.
Because whoever said anything about Atmos plane, that's a David Scheiss word.
Well, you know, the general atmosphere plane of the room when I walked in was really nice and it had an upbeat feel to it.
Not
How
an
about the
Atmos
general
plane.
air?
It's not an Atmos plane either.
Exactly.
Gases don't take shapes of a non-shape.
All right, how about this one? Somebody asks me and says, something about the atmosphere outside. How do I reply to them?
Atmosphere is a paradox. Air is a shape. Air is a shape. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. That's what you would say to them.
Right, because you
but I
just
don't want 'em to-
appealed
I don't
to the
wanna-
thing I said you shouldn't appeal to when you're using that word. I was trying to stick with vibes and like not making claims, but you immediately made a claim with it.
No, I'm talking
Hold
about
up,
the air.
Hold up, John. I thought he was talking to me, for God's sake.
Yeah, but I got the positive position that it's okay to use it as long as you're not making claims about the physical world.
You would have to still caveat it by stating that that word that is used is a misnomer, paradox, or is untrue.
No, you wouldn't. Not if you're just talking about the atmosphere of a room. You can say that. That is not going to make or break reality.
That's an equivocation.
That's just you're talking about like what is that?
No. Now you're equivocating. That's an no. Now you're equivocating.
How is it an equivocation when it's my point that the term atmosphere to attack it constantly is not? You don't need to do that. You only do it when they're making a claim inside this subject.
Please, righteous.
Right. So somebody talks to me about the atmosphere, and he's constantly using the word atmosphere. And I don't want him to know that I'm FE. I don't even want to bring up the subject of FE because I don't want to start anything or risk starting anything. So I continue talking to the guy. Yes, the atmosphere that you're talking about, so and so. And now you start using the term atmosphere to match his term of atmosphere. What's wrong with
It
that?
depends. I don't. Well, the end doesn't justify the means because you're enabling them now to start out with a paradoxical premise. But understood. It depends on the context. It depends on the attitude. I see where you're going there, but technically speaking, you'd be in error. You would be, not only them, you, for not correcting them.
Yeah, just say the air. If they say atmosphere, just go, yeah, it's in the air. That's all you have to say. You refer to the same thing they're referring to, but you use a word that they can jump on. That's why when Neil said air, that's what I would say. Yeah, the air, this, that, and the other thing. Yeah. You don't need to use atmosphere, and you don't need to come up with atmo plane. See, we didn't use the S key.
There's only one place that can use that word. That's the Sphere. That place where they hold concerts in Florida. Not Florida, Vegas.
Let me ask QB another thing.
I shan't be arsed.
Is it mandatory that we have to correct people on everything?
No.
Okay,
I'm just saying they would be in error, and if you enable that and use their phraseology, it's good in communication. Like I said, it would depend on the context. However, that doesn't render the fact that you are also in error and are enabling if you don't correct it. Paul?
Before you know it, you're saying things like, how does it know to be food? Because no one's correcting the cross purposes that you're talking at.
Yeah, that's the problem. These things can snowball. Do you know what I mean?
What's the next thing you're going to allow?
Oh, depending upon your situation, sometimes you pick your battles and sometimes you stand firm on everything.
Correct.
I think that's really the point that needs to get across, because, you know, QE's right. The thing is, are you really think about who you're talking to, why you're talking to them before you go insane?
Yeah, but why wouldn't you want to enlighten somebody? Everybody I've said that to received it.
Because it would interrupt the stream of the conversation, Neil. That righteous force is talking about real life with real people, right? If you're in a grocery store, if somebody came up to me and did that, I would probably gently correct them. It all depends. It's a feel thing, right? But if I didn't correct them, I would be in error, wouldn't I?
Yeah, are you talking about a stranger or a friend?
Yeah, stranger. Now, friend, I've already told my friends, my new friends here, they know better than to go there because the hammer's coming down. They sometimes breach the topic. Sometimes. But they have to be together, right? They won't do it individually against me. They wait till there's our small little group, then they'll bring it up in jest. They need support.
What's going on?
Yes. Step away for a minute. What are we talking about? Are the Globers making fun of you?
No. There's still globetards, but a couple of them know that I'm a flat earther and I don't play any games. And if you bring something up, you better have your shot group tight. Obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say. But I mean, you're like that on just about any subject you're speaking on, I've noticed.
Yes.
Not really wanting to shoot the crap and kind of just throw stuff out there.
Well, it depends. Like Righteous Force said, if he was in like a grocery store or something and a stranger came up and we started talking and they said atmosphere, I don't know. I would have to feel it out in that second, whether to correct them or just go along with it to explain something to them if I knew the answer. However, that wouldn't relieve the fact that if I do that, that wouldn't relieve the fact that I was still in error for allowing.
That happened to me at work, and I said, "That's a funny word you're using. Do you realize?" And I laid it down for him. He was like, "Wow, I didn't even realize that." I said, "Yeah,
sure, it's a feel thing."
Right, and like with the when you're talking about the atomic model, somebody brings that up, and you're talking about the idea of valency. Right. But when they bring up the idea of valency, and you point to like the orbital crackpot stuff that they used to have, if all you're trying to do is convey the idea of valency to this individual, that's fine to use, as long as you caveat with it, this is not what an atom looks like. You know what I mean? But this is just to help you understand what the idea of valency is.
I don't have too many people coming up and asking me about atoms.
Right. I mean, that would be way down the physics trail. But like if you're, say an electrician is trying to get his mind around the idea of current flow, and you show him the orbital model that's not a model, right, to get him to understand the idea of valency and how electrons transfer from one atom to the next to give you that current. You know, there's nothing wrong with using that for that. Just don't let them get the idea that that is what atoms are.
Who said there's nothing wrong with it?
So that's how I learned the concept of valency, but it was also stated to me that that is not what atoms are when I learned it, and it was a good way.
So there was something wrong with it. Who's making this judgment whether it's right or wrong?
Well, for me, I'm saying that the way I learned valency was with that diagram, but it was made understood to me that that is not what an atom looks like. This is just a diagram to give you an understanding of valency. I don't see any problem with that.
So you understood it from the failed analogy. And then I got another question. Does the end justify the means?
Given that all of our world is kind of built on our understanding of valency, maybe.
Non-committal. Mark it down, Nathan.
No, I'd say yes. Yes. Because, I mean, valency is what we use for everything electrical. I mean, my understanding of valency. But like I said, there's nobody out there that's saying this is what an atom looks like. I hope there's nobody dumb enough that's saying that.
Oh, there is. There's lots of people saying that. They actually think that the diagram is the atom.
They actually think the diagram is the model.
I got another question.
Go ahead.
How many people, when they use the word atmosphere, I'm talking about normal people out there, right? People that don't know about the flat Earth or whatever. How many of them that use the word atmosphere actually think sphere-shaped air or just air? What do you guys think they think?
6. Did I get it right?
The reason I asked this, I don't know. The reason I asked this because I don't think I ever thought the term sphere-shaped air until Kiwi mentioned it.
It's topic dependent. When you hear the term atmosphere, depending on the topic, that's, like if you're talking about vibes and feelings and all that, you're not thinking about air. Right, you're not talking about
air.
But when they bring up, people in this topic bring up atmosphere, they are specifically talking about air uncontained around a ball.
Hey, I gotta go.
Fine,
12:22. Sorry, I gotta roll on out of here. Sorry for the interruption and this intellectual conversation, but I looked down at the clock. 12:22. I gotta go, man.
All right.
It's showtime here in about 30 minutes, dude.
Right. We'll make sure we all disband from here and show up at your show, QB.
You better, because Adam's not going to be there. He's on vacation. Betty's not going to be there. She's on they're on another mission. She's got a conflict. So I don't know. You going to leave me there? Buy me onesie?
Nathan will be there.
We might be able to get through a whole video.
I don't have anything. I don't have any substance today.
Like your winning personality.
That's that. Well, thank you. See, that was kind. That was kind words. People need to be more kind, I think. Thank you, but I gotta go. So I'll see you on QE Live.
See you later.
All right.
See you.
Ta-da.
All right.
Good to see you again,
Remember
John.
when I asked,
Good to see you again, John.
I'll be over. Yeah, man, it's good seeing you too. I'll be over at your show though, for sure. I mean, I won't be able to stay too long, but I'll be over there.
Okay. All right. Out.
all right, later. All right, just to wrap up my point that I was making. Yeah, I was specifically talking about normal people. I wasn't talking about in this arena. I was talking about people outside of this arena. How many of them actually think sphere-shaped air? Because I never ever thought that. I don't think that I ever heard. The first time I heard that was probably from QE. So my point is, just to wrap it up, is if they don't think sphere-shaped air, then what do I have to correct them on?
Didn't you hear what I said? I explained it to my friend, and he said, "Well, I never thought it meant that. That's interesting." And that made all the more. I made him wiser. Now he knows what the word atmosphere means, and he's not duped into believing that it's sphere-shaped air.
But he never was duped. He never believed that. He never thought like that.
Yes,
So what
because
is the definition of
when they say
atmosphere
the
then,
rocket's in
Righteous?
upper
What?
atmosphere,
So what is the definition of atmosphere then? Can you read the definition of atmosphere?
No, I was talking about normal people. Okay. And I
Yeah,
gave my
normal
context.
people, when they say the word atmosphere, they mean something. The word in the dictionary
What you're
defined.
trying to,
What does it mean?
point out. Sorry, John.
Go on, Brian.
Sorry, I was just trying to say what you're trying to point out. If you say it to them, is you're trying to point out the magic trick, which is they've been using a word that they just refer to just as the AR, that actually has a different meaning, and them using that word for the whole life, thinking they're referring to one thing, actually referring to something else, is them actually being duped. If you're going to point out at all, that would be my point.
Well, now that QE's gone, I can point out that this has all been a red herring to take away from the point I made, which is that the idea of an area for gas to fill requires a flat Earth, which was never addressed. I'll point out.
All
And with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.